Want me to start over? Okay. Members of Public Information and Personnel Committee and other interested commissioners met with people who had expressed an interest in the position as Public Information Officer for the Borough, or for the Charter Commission this afternoon after our noon meeting. We interviewed a woman named Jan Cardwell, two gentlemen, Pat Parnell and Bill Parker, all of whom had expressed interest in being operating in a loosely defined role of public information person for this group. The group made no general overall recommendations other than at this point in time, because the group kept changing in its composition. Sherry and I had felt that Pat Parnell looked the most interesting of those people that we talked to. I don't know, what was your opinion?
That was mine too.
But we would need a clerical personnel to assist. I've spoken with many people about this, and there are many people who are simply not available, are going to be out of town or tied up, or it's summertime, they don't want to do it. Among them are Marge Schmidt and Kathy Allen, who used to work at the Times, and Eddie Ruskin and Malcolm Roberts, and all people who said they didn't even want to think about it. We were also looking for a clerical person, and I spoke with Patty Zantek, who is a legal secretary and has worked considerably in public information type things. At this point, I don't know what to say other than to throw it open to the commission that the various combinations that we have available to us are to hire one relatively high-paid individual at $1,700 or $1,800 a month to try and coordinate the public information, plus a clerical person to take care of the minutes and maintain the phones. Or, although the rest of the committee didn't have a chance to talk with Patty Zantek, she called me at home this evening, and she, in my opinion, and also Joe is one who had referred her to me and has worked with her, is capable of trying to organize a public information campaign that someone else lays out. Although then we'd end up in the situation of hiring somebody to do production type things for either radio or TV or that kind of thing. Or it's possible that we could hire, for example, Pat or Bill Parker as well as Patty. Although I think at that position we have two very high-level people that are very good and we'd be paying for them. At the present time, Patty Zantek operates as an independent contractor and works on a salary of $8.50 an hour and time and a half over anything that's 40 hours a week. She brings with her not only excellent clerical skills, but incredibly well-organized organizational capabilities that far exceed what you would normally consider a clerk or somebody like that. So our situation is, what's the pleasure of the commission related to this particular personnel question?
Fred?
Who's Bill Parker?
Representative Bill
Oh, he's a
Parker.
legislator?
Yes.
A legislator, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, he's worked. I'm sorry I don't have copies of everybody's resume for the whole commission, but I should probably do a quick sketch. Bill Parker is, at the present time, a legislative representative in the downtown district who has worked primarily and previously in areas of public participation and, quote, grassroots movements towards different kinds of political activities.
Doesn't that become a conflict?
Well, why would it be a conflict?
I mean, the charter thing has political overtones to it, and you're dropping in a legislator on top of it.
Well, the role of the public information person is not to be in front of the camera. It would seem to me that the role of public information person is to coordinate us in that role. And Bill's background has in fact been in organizing campaigns for things like disclosure laws and things like that, where you aren't up there in front. What you're doing is coordinating or orchestrating as you go on.
What's the committee's recommendation?
The committee didn't have a recommendation due to the fact that the group kept changing. And also, at the time that we left, I hadn't heard from Patty, and she called me at home. That happened, 2 hours ago.
Mr. Chairman, did you make the statement that the Parnell-Zantec combination would be the most expensive?
It would be the most expensive.
And in dimensions of our budget, how expensive would that be?
Well, I figured that Pat would run us at least $1,700 a month, and Patty would run us about I guess about 12, 14, something like that.
And what amount is budgeted for this staffing?
At the present time, every position would be 15.
And where would the money come from if we exceed our budget by 90%?
I'd have to say that I was operating along the lines that we were going between 15 and 17 for the PR person plus a clerical person.
Except that we didn't request that.
To include a
for the
clerical
next
person
fiscal
in
year.
that?
I don't
So
know.
you know,
I don't
Above and
understand
beyond.
But you can work
So,
that out.
what I'm saying, Joe, I don't know what the budget constraints were. This was the parameters that I was given in pursuing people, and I don't know where it's coming from other than we're supposed to get 50,000 as of July 1st.
Let's not be influenced by that. Let's get the best combination.
Well, if we can afford it, I want the best combination, but I want to know what that does to the rest of our program.
There was 50,000 appropriated, but how was the 50,000 appropriated?
Well, it's not
Mr.
off the
Chairman.
beyond.
We could look at the budget.
Governmental contract.
That's too easy.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
hadn't it been discussed, and that's one of the reasons we wanted the figure, we will of course have Evie's salary for the balance of the year. I had understood we had approximately 2,000 that had not been committed through the end of this fiscal year, that we have for the next fiscal year a total of $50,000. So we could, of course, change that. There have been some very preliminary figures. There had been a budget drawn that really called for some 100,000. We were given half of that. I would assume that the commission would have flexibility and could go back to the assembly. We were looking for funding for the full year. Was that, as you recall?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
So I'd have to say that I wasn't feeling financial constraints when we were looking at this, and those are certainly legitimate questions, but I don't know the answers.
Well, I would move to offer employment to Parnell and Zantec. That's the best combination. Mr. Chairman, I don't know Mr. Parnell, but I believe in the committee system when it works, and I take the word
Does that
of
mean
this committee. I don't want
The
to
committee
prejudice.
hasn't made any recommendations.
No, the committee did not make any recommendations.
No, but the people who interviewed these people, 3 of you indicated that he was the more most interested. Yeah. Okay. That's not easy. And I do know Mrs. Zantec, and I have no question about her.
Mr. Chairman, just to pursue...
Is there a second?
Oh,
Yeah, I second.
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. I'd like to know a little bit more as to how you see the role of these 2 people. Just what would each bring to us? Have you talked about that?
We talked about this afternoon quite a bit, and perhaps the most crucial element is that as we complete our work in drafting the charter, that at a different level, another group of people or ourselves, as time permits, are working on laying out a campaign that would provide the public with the information, first of all, of what we've done and what that means to them. So that the scope of the work is primarily, it's 2-pronged. The first and most important is an information campaign. That includes everything from every source of media that we've got available to us through public service time, that's radio, TV, and the press, on this is what the charter is and this is what it means to you, Joe Citizen. Okay, organizing that kind of a thing, if Patty and Pat were hired.
Oh, boy.
I withdraw my motion.
Yeah.
The situation would be such that we'd have to first of all sit down and just design this what I perceive it as, the committee, public information, or anybody else who wants to do it, sit down and design different methods and approaches. As it is, Mike Rowland's survey work has resulted in some 15 or 16 different options that we can pursue as a full commission on just this item alone, providing information to the public. It also includes contacting and identifying every service organization or group of more than 3 people that meet in Anchorage and trying to make sure that someone gets a chance to talk to them about what we're doing. It includes contacting legal women voters who, if we get them on our side, can be an invaluable resource in getting the word out. And primarily we're talking about coordination of methods to disseminate information.
And Patty's role.
Patty's role, as I see it, would be, number one, to provide the clerical, everyday, day-to-day functions that are needed to keep an office rolling, as well as to be Pat's right-hand man in arranging time schedules with studios or with groups. I think that team would be excellent.
Do they know each other? Other than yourself, talked to Patty Zantek?
Other than myself, I've not talked to Patty Zantek, because she didn't call me back until...
Well, that's fine. No, I just wondered whether that...
No, see, at the time that we were meeting, she hadn't talked to a previous commitment that she made that she had to get out of before she could get back to me. However, Patty expressed...
Look, this goes at Paramount in the morning. No, it goes at Paramount in the morning.
Patty expressed, they know each other not real well, but she didn't think there would be any problem in working together. And
Parnell and Zantek.
right. Also, Patty Zantek lives in Girdwood, which from just a sheerly political move might be valuable.
Might bring in hundreds of
Yeah, 3
Only
votes.
if Lee Jordan will do the PI thing.
Yeah.
However, we may still be in the position where we might want to hire additional assistance in preparation of technical spots, like a TV spot. And that,
Fred? Are you finished?
yes, sir.
No. I think we're doing, first of all, let's talk about Pat Parnell. He seems to be a very capable individual. I've observed him in the chamber and whatnot. But we're doing a man a great injustice if we're trying to put his organization together for him. I would like to amend the motion that we hire Pat Parnell and let Pat Parnell decide who he wants as clerical help. Because he's going to work with it, he's going to set the tempo. Let's not us as a committee start putting things together and trying to match people up. Secondly, regardless of what the budget says, let's do it for the least money. It's good management and it's the public's money we're dealing with. So let's not go overboard because the budget allows this and that. So my recommendation, I'd like to amend that Pat be allowed to hire his own people.
Chairman, I feel more strongly about Patty and her qualifications than I do about Pat Parnell. I really feel that she has certain strengths that I don't quite see in Pat Parnell.
We'll, Chairman. Lisa?
Is there a second to
No.
Fred's amendment?
No?
No.
Well, I guess it died for lack of a second. Well, I was just going to say that speaking on the motion has died. But anyway, there's a motion on the floor. Yeah, I think that probably the secretary to the commission is probably equally as important as the PIO. PR, and probably we should be looking at they're both equally as important. I mean, I think we need the person that's going to do the job for us, and we need also the PR person is going to be the public information person. Well, I think they're equally important. I don't know if we what makes people get $8.50 an hour plus everything over this and that. I don't know. I'm not accustomed to that sort of pay scale.
This is the borough pay scale. This is the borough pay scale.
We certainly have the option. When I
Does the
talked
borough
to
pay their people $64 an hour?
Oh, hell yes, they just got hit Jane.
We certainly have the option of hiring Patty and not hiring Pat and contracting for media expertise as we need it. And Tim McGinnis has provided us with a broad idea of what kind of a public information campaign you want to get into. But then you get again into the situation of using public money for these purposes.
Sherry?
Mr. Chairman, I think we're coming into a situation where we need a couple of really well-qualified people if we're going to do other than spin our wheels. Everything I've heard about Patty Zantek, although I don't know her, has been good. I think that we do need someone who's well-qualified in the office. In addition, I was very impressed with Pat in his presentation to us this afternoon. I had some misgivings earlier, but in his discussion of what he felt we needed and how he could work with the commission, I was very impressed. I think the two of them could work well together and could save us a lot of headaches.
I'm not clear here. Are we hiring two people to do PR, or are we hiring a secretary and a PR person?
Secretary
Patty
and
is
PR
a
person.
secretary.
Well, why are we doing two of them then? Why do we have Patty and the other one?
Okay.
It's one or the other and then a secretary, isn't it?
Go.
I honestly think the obvious answer to that is that who's ever sitting in that office is doing an awful lot of public information at the time. Whether you're dealing with the station setting up something for the public information officer or the man who calls in and says, tell me what all there is to know about the charter. You have to have someone who's a little more than, quote, just a secretary, end quote. I really believe that.
Jane?
I have been looking for a secretary, a person who can type and a person who can answer the phone for 3 days. And you don't qualify because you have a conflict of interest. And I'm amazed at the difficulty that I'm having in securing that individual. And all I'm saying is that we, in my opinion, have the opportunity to hire a person who I have tremendous regard for, who could handle almost any situation that would come up and be a tremendous asset to this commission in a crunch, in this 2-month period when we're just going to be on the line.
Alice?
Sharon, Jane, did you discuss with both, or did you and Joe discuss with both, the fact that we may opt for the 12th, and then again we may go to a later date?
Yes. Dan knows that, and Patty, oh, I forgot to say this, one of her conditions was that she would for sure stay until August, and she would like to, if it goes on till October, at that point she would like to reconsider.
She would want to reconsider.
She will for sure be part of the team until August, and if our election date is changed, then she would like to think about it at that point.
In
Well, it
August?
should be.
Or in
Here
October.
again, we lose an investment if we have to go any further.
You're talking. She was
She will
willing to
make a
work.
commitment until the August, the original, and she said, if it turns out that we're going to change it again to offer an August or October election.
You said, you meant October.
October.
Is that right, Jane? You
Yes.
meant October. She will go to October. Beyond that, she
No,
will
that's
not.
not what Jane said.
Is that right?
She'll for sure be with us until August.
Mr. Chairman?
Sherry?
Jane's been looking for 3 days. You and I have been looking for a week and a half. 2 weeks, maybe? We've gone through, I can't tell you how many names. It boils down to this. We're not offering someone a piece of cake on a silver platter. We're not offering them the sun and the moon and the stars. We're offering them a job that may last 2 weeks, may last 2 months, may last 4 months. We're offering them a job working for 11 people that includes nighttime work and daytime work. It's a terribly interesting job, but there just are not that many people in this town that are interested in it. And we're coming up against it in that Evie's leaving on Friday.
Mr.
Lisa?
Chairman?
$8.50 an hour, I figured that to 13, 16 months. And if we hired, Patty from Evie's salary and then Pat from the consultant's salary, then I don't see where we'd have any difficulty.
I'm not worried.
Patty's aware of, the charter and at least.
She's been a member of the Girdwood City Council. She is extremely cognizant of how government functions. I think she would be a tremendous asset.
Joe?
My connection with Patty is that she worked for me in my law office about 10 years ago before she was married, and she really is a very competent person, very pleasant to work with. She attended the Charter Commission hearing in Girdwood with her husband before, and of course without any motive of self-service or anything, because of her interest in the thing.
An attractive blonde.
Well, next to the dog.
I don't think we should get into that criteria. I'm afraid to feel bad. Thank you.
We've used it in the past. I don't know why we should.
Can we address the motion then? Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, only to state that I think that we need to move ahead. When Sherry was out of town, I was involved, and there were a number of people that could not come for this indefinite period of time. I think it's critical that we move ahead, and I would be satisfied certainly with the vote.
Question. Would you
Thank
like a roll?
Will you roll call?
Do you want one?
What is the motion, just so we understand this thing?
All right. Move to offer employment to Parnell and Zantek.
Mr. Chairman, I
Team.
would request a division of the question.
All right. How do we do that, Mrs.?
We would call separately then on for approval of the hire oath.
All right.
Alphabetically on the candidates as well as on the commission. On the question of Parnell, Ambick?
Yes.
Chai?
Yes.
Fisher? Absent. Fromm? Absent. Holmes? Yes. Josephson?
Aye.
Parker?
Yes.
Parsons?
No.
Reed?
Aye.
Sheffield?
Aye.
Sergilewski?
Yes.
All right. On the question of Zantek, we begin with Chai.
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Josephson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Parsons?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Sheffield?
Yes.
Sergilewski?
Yes.
Anvick?
Yes.
Both motions pass. The first is H1, the other is pending.
Order. Abby, did you have something on the budget?
I just only wanted to state that I had talked to Norm Levesque about how we preserve our funds that are left over. And he said they would have to be reappropriated by the Assembly, but considering that some of them were already more or less committed by agreement, contract, that there should be no problem. However, I couldn't catch him long enough to find out the details of how to do it, and I will do that before the week is out.
All right.
But as I understand, we shouldn't have any problem with whatever is left over.
We have the approval of the minutes of the regular meetings of May 7th, May 28th, and the public hearings of May 28th, 29th, and June 4th that were given to you at the last meeting.
Move for
last
approval
Thursday.
as submitted.
I asked for. Did you move for?
Approval as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Approval of the minutes as submitted. Unless there is a objection, be so ordered. Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. We did not have any appearance requests. However, Heather Finn is here and has said that she would like to be heard for one public comment. Heather, I take the privilege as chair to offer you the privilege of the floor.
I'm not sure that would be unanimous, but I will ask.
Yeah.
I'm, as usual, pressed by constraints of the babysitter, so I'm, you don't have to turn around and look at me, Rick. I have to speak nice and loud.
Talking to my ear.
I was reading my morning paper at 7 o'clock this morning, with I'm sure the same feelings as many of you, and my first reaction was, I just don't give a damn. I can't go to one more public hearing on anything. But the truth of the matter is I do care an awful lot. And so I've got another half an hour on the babysitting thread, and here I come. I expressed to this group before how I feel that these interminable comparisons between the city and the borough are so grossly unfair. They simply don't function in the same way. And it's unfair to say that one is so much more efficient than the other when one deals constantly in really serious people problems and the other one deals in utilities, which aren't exactly people problems. And I expressed before to this group that I'm very much in favor of a strong mayor with veto powers. And I had a long talk with the Chamber of Commerce incoming president last Friday, or maybe it was Monday, I don't remember which, and I know what position you're in, and my reaction is kind of that of a group of spoilers who have clung to a lot of power for a long time and feel it slipping, and now they're fighting like crazy to hang on to it. Now, that's sour grapes on my part. But I was rather interested in the comment in the paper the other day that Jim Hartz from NBC had made. You have such a beautiful setting here between the mountains and the water. Too bad you can't do something about the city. It's so ugly. And that leads me into my comment about why I think we need a strong mayor with veto powers. I think that we put in something like 3 years working on a CBD plan. And a week ago last night, a variance came before the city council on a piece of property right across the street at 4th and I. Now, I'm not casting any aspersions. The vote for the override of the recommendation, which was to not grant the variance, in other words, the vote to grant the variance was 7-2, only I don't know who voted how. I don't know who was the 7 and who were the 2. So I'm not knocking any person in particular. But it seems to me that local government, the very heart, soul, and guts of local government, for the foreseeable future in this community, is land use. Where we build the buildings, how we build them, what kind of density we allow, where the parks are, how we build a city that has a feeling for people in it. And we haven't done it very well before. And I think the granting of this variance shows to me a real short-sightedness. You're not talking, you're saying we don't want the 40-foot setback on that corner. You know what that means to me? That means the only decent historical building we've got in this whole town, which is the Wendler building on the other side of the street. Probably when the road has to get widened 5 years down the pike, we're going to lose that building. All because a variance is granted for, as far as I can tell, really lousy reasons on the other side of the street. Now, my reason for wanting a strong mayor with a veto power is because you've got one more place where you can go to get that veto against lousy land use planning before you have to go to court. And let's face it, not all of us either have the brains or the skill or the money to go to court. I haven't got it. I'm not a lawyer, and I haven't got money to take every screwy thing that happens to court. Besides which, I think the court is probably one of the poorer areas to make land use policy. I'm just saying we've got to have another check and balance in there. It's one thing not to have it when you're talking about public utilities, but it's something else again when you're talking about planning and zoning and sewer systems and the health department and a really
the real soul, the future of this whole area, and that's how you use the land. And it's important to me. That's why I want to use it. All I got to say.
Thank you for coming, Cedric.
And I hope you'll consider that as you go down your duty.
Sure we shall.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Next item is the unfinished business. And I think timing of our charter election, timing of presentation is pretty vital at this time, whether we want to go ahead with an August 12th deadline date or whether we wish to delay until October. The constraints of time that face us, that we would have to have a charter prepared and finished, ready to go by July 7th. And that is only 3 weeks from now. Whether we can do that, knowing that summer is here, a lot of people have other things they'd like to get done, vacations to take, every other thing that goes on. And I asked Evie to put this on the agenda so that we would consider it now rather than walking down the road 2 weeks and finding we're just not going to be able to do it, which indicates how I feel about it. Arliss?
Could we have allow the chair to say a bit more how you feel? What do you feel would be the benefits of?
Well, I don't believe that we either have the office personnel presently. Maybe we'll have it Monday morning, hopefully. Nor do we have the personnel on the Charter Commission itself who will take the time, who can take the time at this juncture to spend on the production of the charter. The detail work that's going to be involved in it. I certainly don't feel that I can. I know that Sherry's under some constraints. She's worked very hard on the charter to this point, and she's at the point where she feels she must do certain other things, and justifiably so. I know if you go around the table, the same thing applies almost everywhere. And I would feel that it would be better to put the date back to October. Even though that means the city councilman must run for that position on the city council, and for if they want to be on the new government, they would have to run for that at the same time, perhaps.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Arliss?
I have some sympathy for waiting till the October election. I had some indication that some of the groups we might expect to be involved are having the same problems perhaps that we are, that it's a very busy time in the summer. I'm fearful of the perhaps lack of vote. I think it's an important enough issue that perhaps a regular election is good. I really deplore, however, the fact that the city is going to have to hold an election. I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be best for us to, say, explore with them, go to them, and see if there's any possibility that they could ask the court in some way to allow them to hold off their election. The borough, of course, would have to also do this, but they're not prohibited as the city is by charter. I think that we got enough substantive testimony that if we have the additional time that we can perfect a number of areas. We received a great number of plot us on a very well-written, very clear charter, but there were some areas where I think even the commission members are not exactly sure of the intent and what they said, and I think those need to be polished and honed so we really have a document that can serve the community well. I feel that I could support going for an October rather than an August election. If we go for August, it's going to take a tremendous commitment from this body, and we can't do it with 1 or 2 meetings a week unless we can turn back to the Charter Production Committee, ask them to work 2 or 3 full days, and I don't think that that's a possibility.
Sherry?
Chairman, I would concur at this juncture that an August date is unrealistic. We have less than 3 weeks from now in which to completely polish and submit a document to the printer. Maybe even less time than that, because I'm not sure of the 5 days to get it printed, if we're going to go to an August 12th deadline. That's the first problem I see. The second one is a deterioration of commitment to the nth degree on the part of the commissioners. We have really put heart and soul into the first draft, and I think it's only normal that at this point there is a slackening, but it happens to coincide with the summer period when everyone has things that must be done. This also coincides with the groups that we would hope to reach to push the charter often don't hold summer meetings. One of the big things that we were talking about today as a PR campaign would be to go out and inform people through regular club meetings. Well, many clubs just suspend their meetings in the summer. You add on to this the uncertainty in the voters' minds of the Eagle River situation, and I think you have a formula which would be unfortunate. So I would be prepared to support the October date, and I would like to see us explore petitioning the court ourselves to have the city date changed. Now, I don't know whether we can,
I don't know
whether
whether
we
that'd be
have
possible.
standing
That'd
to
be
do
something
that.
we'd have to address subsequently, but Rick, have you any idea on that at all?
You know, Frank, my initial feeling about it is that when you're proposing to take some action that is, questionable in terms of the standing law, what you do is you do it, or you announce an intention to do it, and then someone challenges it and you defend. I guess that would be the normal format. I'm not sure that we can ask the court to do anything without giving them a theory, without giving them a conflict or some sort of somewhat complainant.
Chairman,
Jim?
the aspect of asking the court to delay, I think, does not have the strength of some of our other arguments, largely because we have the evidence that the charter has been voted down a couple of times and could easily be voted down again, and why, as Judge Moody ruled in our favor this time, should government process stop in the meantime? That the orderly process of the ongoing entities probably should be permitted to exist until we get our stuff together in a viable form that the electorate is willing to buy it. And I can't see the strength in an argument before the court to our position because of the vulnerable possibilities we have in terms of the Supreme Court and the Eagle River situation, in terms of the fact that we have not gotten our document together, and it may not be something that will fly.
Lisa? I'm sorry, I don't hear you.
No.
Yeah. No, there is not. That's right. You should. Bill?
Lisa, I'm sorry, did you want to say something?
No. I would just move that we extend
I wanted to make a comment before you did.
the October election.
I'd like to
Raise it.
I move to extend our time period to an October election.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Holmes. Bill?
Frank, and I probably should ask Sherry, what's the last time what's the latest date that you could run into this thing and still have an August election?
The last time.
July 15th?
July 7th.
July
We
7th?
have to have the charter out on file with the borough clerk for 30 days prior to the election. And still then, we don't set the election date ourselves. The assembly sets the election date.
And how many days do they need to set an election date now? What do they need in order to set them?
Well, I don't know, but I think that the 30 days is just the requirement.
They could set an election and advertise in a shorter period than 30 days? I really question that.
No, but it has to be.
Well, we don't have 45 days on our schedule. We only have 42 days, but it must be somewhere near 30 days, I guess.
If we're talking August, is it August 16th or August 12th? We use August 12th all the time. Oh, I see. So if we submitted it on the 7th, we're not sure of when the date of the next meeting, and if we have to have those 30 days, that may be more time than...
I don't think
Mary, we have a motion on the floor to set the date back to October.
Mr. Chairman, may I please speak to that?
Yeah, it's been made by Lisa, it's seconded by Sherry, it's been spoken to by Arliss and Sherry, and Bill is just talking about it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I understand the reason why you're proposing to do this, but I have spent the time that I wasn't in the assembly meeting since I last saw you folks this afternoon in doing some research on this. And from what conclusions I have come to, because of the methods of chargeback and the allocations of chargebacks that are different between the city and the borough, no matter how good the accountant that we have.
Oh, wait a minute. What are you talking
You
about?
say, now wait a minute.
We're talking about setting the date of the...
All right, now, but
Because we didn't get the work done.
all right, but one of the main reasons you can't get the work done in that time is because you're looking for an answer on equity among the allocations of costs between the city and borough. And I have gotten information on that score. And if that is one of the considerations on which you are postponing it, which I believe is the main consideration.
No, not really.
No, that kind of detail isn't going in the charter anyhow.
That was...
We aren't going to get it. What I'm trying to say is we're not going to be able to come to any answer that is definitive.
Yeah, that's public, that's the public information end of it would come after the presentation of the charter in the public information section when you're before the election.
Mm-hmm.
But
The major question has been whether or not we can get the work done, whether or not we can get the charter.
basically that's...
Well,
Mr. Chairman, I thought we had a charter that was all written and
I think we can get the work done. in
it
that
went through a
time.
public hearing. Now, there must be an ulterior thing here that I'm not reading. I mean, why
I think we can get the work done in the next.
why should we subject the city to a dual type of thing? I agree with Alice. I think it's unfair to ask these councilmen go through one set of exercises and then another set of exercises. I don't think that's good economics, really.
It's not. I think that we can get there with our revision of the charter if we're not waiting for some sort of answers on this equity. And I've come to the conclusion that we're just as near those answers today as we're going to be after we spend $3, $5, $10, $15,000 on having accountants' results. This is what I've found out for myself, and I'm ready to go ahead with the rest of the charter in the next couple of weeks and have it rewritten and go on the August 12th date. I think we can do it. I still think we can do it.
Mr. Chairman,
Arliss?
there are two areas that perhaps we would have a bit more clarity on. One if we wait until the October election. One is the Eagle River Chuyak situation and the appeal to the Supreme Court. I don't think we've really gotten down to the fact of, is there anything we can do to make that area any more favorable toward coming together. So I don't know if that's important, but at least we would have allowed perhaps one more step, one more clarification. The other issue, we've talked a great deal about the matter of the reapportionment. We still haven't made the decision whether or not we will be able to accept by reference the action that the Borough Assembly takes and the voter ultimately approves. However, if we did wait till October, that would be a resolved matter. We would have an opportunity to make our final decision after that August 12th election on the map, say the voter speaks as to whether we wish to include it. Those perhaps would be pluses. We wouldn't have the confusion to the voter if it were all on the 12th.
Mr. Chairman,
Larry?
as for those particular issues, I have been getting rumors, and I'm now quite sure that there is a certain segment of the community that is proposing to try to down the charter, no matter which way we set charter to go. And given 2 more months, you're going to allow that much more time for ANTA. I think the voters have said to us that they really want to unify. And I think they have said to us that they are ready now. And I think that if we put it off, we're just allowing that much more probability of the charter going down, no matter what we decide on the details of the charter in the next week or 2 in our revision.
Jane?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Joel DeVore what the situation is with reapportionment, and after he responds, I would like to ask the Commission if they want to allow that reapportionment process to occur prior to our taking a vote on the charter.
Well, what's happened now is that Clyde and Raskin introduced their as-you said rate, and they're setting a public hearing on the 30th of this month, and he said we may take action then, take one down, and they may defer until a later date, depending on how.
And they may pick 2 maps.
Or they could pick.
Or to November, or to any other date. But if we did that, then they could hold off and not do reapportionment prior to the charter. There would not have to be an August date because they would have put off the election anyway on our behest. And at that point, we could go in with reapportionment as part of the charter without any prior election. And if the charter passes, then there would just be one more election, and that would be for the officers under the charter. If it fails, there would be a city election in October, and there would be a borough reapportionment election in October at the same time. No.
Rick, if I might ask the attorney,
No, we election candidates.
can you tell us from what Sherry was saying, is this right?
No, you said that we did.
No?
Generally speaking, Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Well,
Chairman?
I didn't, none of my strings sounded dissonant as I was listening to what Chair was saying. In other words, she was talking about the possibility of the borough putting off its election date, which I believe it can do under the ordinance. That seemed to be the only area of question.
Jane?
I will have. Okay, that puts us in the situation of having alternative maps of the charter, as I hear it, because what that means is that we're in the position of reapportioning. Because nobody can, I mean, it wouldn't make any sense from a voter's perspective, again, to vote for a charter when I didn't know what the representation looked like. So if we go for the September 9th election, then I would think that we should also suggest that the borough go ahead and pursue an August 12th election on reapportionment, which would then, in the transition stage, we say that reapportionment stands until such time as the borough chooses to, or the new government chooses to reapportion itself.
Mr. Chairman, we have that flexibility. We have the flexibility to do it, to ask the borough to reapportion in August, or to reapportion just under the new chartered government at the September election and have the borough hold reapportionment at a later election, at the October election.
I don't want to get into that particular fight with the charter. I want the borough to fight that fight.
But we don't have to.
I really feel that it's, and I'm not pretty sure why I'm saying this. I really feel it's disastrous to hold a charter election and the maps at the same time. I think that should already be done. And then we have our charter election. Now, if it could be done August 12th, we can have our elections September 9th, I'd go along with that.
You think it's bad?
I really think it's bad. I guess it's because I think that you're going to confuse the voters and let them already be confused on the first election and get over it and then vote again. But don't try to mix up maps and reapportionment and the charter all at the same time. I think they'll just not know.
Aren't these possibilities? I think, in my mind, they are. One, the borough conducts a special apportionment election. Two, the charter commission says that the charter will be bound in the first instance by the results of that election. That is one set of facts. But another set of facts is that the borough conducts a special election, and the charter commission says, not knowing what that is, presumably at the time of the drafting, that the following is the plan for the charter, or the following alternatives are offered for selection of the charter. Those are the possibilities, are they not?
That's true.
Okay, so what we're moving to, what I hear is tonight that the Charter Commission may opt for a September date, and if Mr. Sheffield's views are upheld, and they probably should be, we would ask that the Assembly conduct an August apportionment election. We don't have to reach the question tonight, although we may, as to how we want to regard that election or what effect we will give it in our charter, because we could go either way on it. Isn't that correct?
You could go either way subsequent to the apportionment election, but it wouldn't be, I would assume that you're...
We wouldn't have the right time to
guess.
No,
but we would have to make that judgment in July, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, there is one other consideration, and that is that we can adopt by reference the borough apportionment plan, so long as later on in the agenda tonight we don't change the form of government. If we change the form of government later on tonight, we might be in a situation of having a different number of representatives, hence a different number of districts, a different population balance.
Brett?
Do I understand correctly what you're saying, then we'll have 3 elections?
It's a special election in August for the September election.
This will be the year of elections for Anchorage, won't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of elections. You're not going to get them.
Had one in February, too.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking the people to turn out every other week for an election.
But this isn't true, Fred.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, we're aware of that.
Well, but the other side of the coin, though, Fred, is that it's an equal imposition on the people to give them a long, complicated ballot all at one sitting to digest it whole, and maybe to pass on a charter with a lot of open-ended issues before. So,
But isn't it nice and easy if on August 12th we give the people a charter and the package and that's it, and then the following month they have their election and it's over with?
well, all I can speak to is that I think there's doubt that we can put the right package before them out.
Well, we haven't tried it yet. That's the thing that's bothering me. We're discussing something, we don't know what the package is.
We have before us a substitute motion for the main motion. That substitute motion provide for September 7th.
Can you
September
buy
9th.
prefab or modular charters?
What? September 9th, election on the charter.
Okay.
Chair will entertain a call for the question.
Chairman, I'd like to offer the amendment that we request that the August apportionment election be held by the Assembly.
Second.
Amendment to the substitute motion requesting an August 12th apportionment election by the Borough Assembly.
Question.
Question is called.
Who was your second?
Roll call
On the amendment?
On the amendment.
on the amendment. On the amendment.
I want to be first.
You want to be?
I want to vote first.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Brody's turn, you don't get to do that.
Yeah, I said so.
Holmes? Yes. Josephson?
Yes.
Parker? No. Parsons?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Sheffield?
Yes.
Sergeluski?
Yes.
Anvic?
Yes.
Chai?
No.
2 opposed,
The
8 in favor.
motion, the amendment to the main substitute motion has been passed.
Better watch that, Fred.
Now we have
It was my telephone.
the substitute motion as amended. Provide for a September 9th charter election with a request to the Borough Assembly for August 12th apportionment election. Chair entertain.
Mr. Chairman,
Call for the question.
is there possible to re-amend this and try that August 19th or whatever that date was first?
Sure.
I would like to amend whatever it takes by substitute or whatever to try that last date in August that we could, which would give us one more week in August rather than the other.
In other words, requesting an August 19th.
August 19th.
No.
Election.
It's August 26th.
No, it's August 19th.
Oh.
The last one we could go and.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
On that? Mary, do you mean if
It
they
would
still
be a
have an
sub-
August 12th?
No, I would say all of it on August 19th.
All of it?
All of it on August 19th, which would give us one more week and keep us with 2 elections instead of 3.
Now, we have, Arliss, we have a substitute motion amended. You've heard Mary's desire to enter another.
Oh, that's appropriate then. Once you
Amendment.
perfect it and it's before you and she offers a substitute motion, you can just go on
Substitute for the
forever.
substitute.
Right?
But
Okay.
there's no second at this point.
You are then offering a substitute motion
I would
for the
like-
substitute motion stating that the election, the apportionment and charter election
Be on August
be
19th.
held on August 19th. Is there-
It would give us one extra week. We would still have to work hard, but I really think we can do it. And I think that it is bad to have 2 elections.
Is there-
If I've got a
Is
second.
there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Fred Schein.
Then, Mr. Chairman, then
Mr.
that puts
Sheffield.
that puts the map on at the same time.
It does. Correct. It does.
How does the members feel about that?
Well,
I'd like
As long as you're
I'd like
just
to
putting
know.
one map on,
Mr.
not a
Parsons.
series of maps, you're all right.
I think that 1 week
No, you don't
difference
put
is not going to make that much difference. If we say we can't finish it by August 12, I don't think we're going to finish it by August 19 either.
I think we can if we really.
We still don't know what it is we're going to finish. That's what bothers me.
Further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, something just occurred to me, that the August 12th date allowed time for certification of the results of the election and all of the timing necessary to not avoid confusion with an October date. And I don't see that 1 week is going to gain us the time that we need. But I also wonder about the time that the clerk needs to certify the results of the election if the October election is still to go forward on schedule.
Are you talking about the September 9th might not be a reasonable date?
No, I'm talking about the August 19th date would not require putting off the regular October election. And you have to allow time for certification of the results of the election on reapportionment before you can declare the seats open to be filed for, before you begin the 45-day period. And the 19th, I think, we're crowding it.
No, it takes just about a week for certification.
Normal. Is there further discussion on the substitute motion?
The substitute motion is
The 19th.
everything the 19th.
Everything the 19th.
2 elections.
Jane?
I have a question about raising reapportionment with the charter. Does that then give the voter the choice of A or B between 2 reapportionment plans, and whatever wins becomes what the charter says, or how does that work?
It deprives him of the opportunity to.
No, it doesn't. If we accept in the charter whatever apportionment the borough goes with, and they have their apportionment, and let the folks decide.
No, that does deprive it, Mary. My point is well taken.
I will accept your point. I'll tell you what it is.
The point is that it's fair game as far as we're concerned, but the citizen votes on the apportionment, and his vote on the charter may be because he believes that reapportionment plan A will be adopted as part of the charter. But
There is
instead,
part of that, I
reapportionment
agree.
plan B is adopted, and we've heard from you how critical
I
it is.
understand this.
So,
I understand.
if he guesses wrong, he may want to take his vote back and not be able to.
Uh-huh.
I guess I've carried that.
Why don't we?
Further discussion on the substitute motion? Chair will entertain a call for the question.
Question?
Questions called for?
Holmes? No. Josephson?
No.
Parker?
No.
Parsons?
No.
Reed?
No.
Sheffield?
No.
Strzelecki?
No.
Andvik?
No.
Chai?
Yes.
Brony?
Yes.
2 opposed, 8 in favor. Excuse me. 2 in
Substitute
favor, 8 opposed.
motion.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask, is there any way that, can the Charter Commission set the apportionment?
Only for its charter, not
Only
for
its
the
charter,
borough.
Not for the borough. In other words,
I guess unless they would assume to.
But
why can't we
I thought
set
of that.
why can't we set the apportionment?
Fred?
I've been asking the same question that Bill was asking. I think that we as a charter commission should set it, and I think the borough will go along with it.
I don't think we should necessarily will.
But I think the voters looking
But if they
to
didn't,
us to still make the
well,
selection.
sorry, Mr. Chairman, but if we didn't, if the borough assembly did not go along with it, what would they do about just have another election sometime later and redo it? There was what fault could it be of ours if we were, as a charter, right in the charter, this is the way it will be. Use our map.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Oh, Exodus.
if we were to have
were interested in what I
the
was
elected...
Yeah, you can.
I thought it was fascinating.
You stayed. Pam stayed.
Mr. Chairman, Bill, to seriously answer your very interesting proposal,
What was his proposal?
If we're trying to buy time, which we are with the September 9th election, and of course avoiding this issue of being on the reapportionment, we couldn't accomplish what you're saying so that the borough could move ahead in their October election because the filing period is 45 days prior to the general election. They would not have the apportionment map, even if they agreed to accept ours.
So, how about the August 26th or 19th date?
I think
Take that date, and we set the charter, and we set the map, and
Well, see, I'm not quite sure what the date would be. You
I
have
have a problem that I did
Jane?
ask.
Jane?
In relation to the borough being able to postpone that election, is it legal for them to do it without the court having intervened as they did before?
No, they can do that.
They can do
Jane?
it.
Well, if we pursued Bill's point, if we went ahead and said we had the charter election before we had reapportionment, and within the charter was one plan for reapportionment, and the charter passes, then the borough never has to go through reapportionment itself, and we just take Joel's.
Just give it.
You're the only one who's listening, and I
I am
appreciate it.
listening, and I understand just what you're saying, but
Okay,
I'm thinking
and
of
we're-
what happens in the other case if
Okay.
it fails.
If it fails, then the borough's in a bag of worms. But because they're then in the position of having to reapportion and
That's correct.
putting theirs off. They have to put their election off.
That's correct.
But then then the monkey's on our back as far as reapportionment is concerned, which would be okay if we want to be the first ones to have an election.
On what date?
Well, I don't think it can be on the 12th. I don't think the 19th would help, and I'd say the earliest would be the 26th of August.
Okay, so that means that they would have to put off their election prior to the vote on the charter. True.
Which would be okay. My thinking is, if the borough does the reapportionment, that is just one less issue that people can attack the charter on.
that's right.
If they do theirs first, we may get a lousy turnout on our election day because people have to go to the polls twice within 2 or 3 or 4 week periods. But at least they aren't going to kill the charter because they don't like the way it's reapportioned.
Except sitting there.
Well, that may be, sure, because of the lateness in relation to their own election. On the other hand, we eliminate one whole election if we do it ourselves and incur the risk of people voting against it because they don't like the reapportionment. And we'll take all of Joel's work and choose a map, and we could have a long fight about drawing lines ourselves and just, have at it.
We have a substitute motion on the floor, I believe, which provided for an election. It was amended to provide for a election on August 9th. September 9th.
We voted on the other one.
With August reapportionment election by the borough.
No, we don't have one. We
Yes.
don't have one yet.
August 12th for the reapportionment, ask the borough to do August 12th reapportionment, and ours on September 9th.
We don't have a motion on the floor.
Yes,
We
we
do.
do.
That we passed the substitute motion
Okay.
as amended. It is now the main motion.
Mr. Chairman, that also means that if the borough does their reapportionment on the 12th of August, and we do ours on the 9th of September, that there is a city council election on the 8th of October, and there is a borough election a little bit further down the pike. That means 4.
Conceivably so.
4 elections.
No.
See if we get it up to 5.
Not our fault.
And we may get the turnout down to about 300.
That's the main motion, and
We may win if the turnout is really small.
as amended is charter election on September 9th and the borough request of a borough for a apportionment election by the borough on August 12th. Is there any further discussion? Mary, get back here.
See, I just had a,
hold the vote.
I just,
Don't we just hold the vote in the absence of members, or do we wait?
Well,
Oh, come on.
How dare you?
Would you mind telling Mary we're ready to go? Oh, yeah, I thought you got the call.
Folks,
Mary?
Oh, that's not.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having a difficult time trying to decide which is a better political route to go.
Oh, wow.
the fewer elections, the better the political route.
Amen.
Well, okay.
You're going to
That's
kill
one.
anything with multiple elections.
why don't we try my idea?
I like your idea.
Well,
I think it's a good one.
we set the map, we do it. On
Let's get
August
Ray.
19th or September 9th or whatever it is, we do it.
Well, move it and see what happens.
Okay, I amend the
That may
motion.
have controversy to it.
Well, what
You don't want to do that.
how do you-
Controversy.
What he's saying is the borough doesn't reapportion, we reapportion.
Okay.
They have to reapportion.
No, if the charter
We can
wins,
reapportion
if
too,
the
though,
charter
Joe.
that we write that has the plan wins, then they never have to do it. We're the ones who have done it.
Why
No,
don't we
that's
do
suppose
it?
the charter failed.
Then they've got to do it.
And when do they start doing that? Do they go out?
So that's not really our big problem. That's their bag of worms.
So they must do it by October.
October 14th, that's what it says.
Mr. Chairman, they would have to start the wheels in motion for reapportionment prior to the charter vote on September 9th in order to hold their election in October on reapportionment. They would have to have the ordinance.
Prior to September 9th?
Prior to September 9th. It takes a little bit more than it takes definitely more than 30 days
Okay.
because they have to have the ordinance set for 2 weeks of public hearing.
Mr. Chai, and Mr. Sheffield, and Mr. Parsons.
All right. Let's take the poor voter's viewpoint. The poor guy just wants to turn out for one election on what appears to him to be a very simple thing. He's going to vote for a charter. He doesn't know a hell of a lot about how the districts are divided. He probably could care less. If you ask him what it means, yes, he does know. But he's depending on us to be the sage and the savants to be able to come up with this kind of thing. Now, doesn't it make practical sense to eliminate all these elections? Let's give it to him on time and let him vote. Would you put it like that?
What is your Sheffield?
Our proposal is that we all hold it at one time. We make the selection of the apportionment.
Mr.
Right.
Sheffield, next.
I want to amend the substitute motion,
Well, it's not.
Main motion now, I guess.
the main motion.
What is it
to,
we've got now?
August 12th reapportionment by the borough, September
to
9th.
hold the charter election August 26th. And that the Charter Commission set the reapportionment at the same time.
For the charter.
For the charter.
Second. Seconded by Mr. Chai.
Chairman,
Mr. Parsons.
this does not necessarily mean that the borough will accept our reapportionment for their reapportionment.
Oh, but
That's right.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, do I understand this
Joseph.
correctly? That seems to me to mean this, that I mean, this may not be well taken. That, I always tell you when I'm
We'll
right
wait
or
and
wrong.
see.
No, but okay, we prepare a charter in July and we select the final reapportionment plan, right, Bill? And that goes on the ballot August 26th.
One of the five or drop our own, you know.
Okay. Meanwhile, down on Tudor Road, the Assembly has got to be doing the same thing, doesn't it? And at some point, at their option, either in August or later, they will go to the ballot to the voters with an apportionment plan of their own, governing the borough in the event that the charter fails. Correct?
That's
And the two plans may not have anything to do with one another. That's right, too, isn't it? So that if they elect, and this is not within our control, to go to the ballot August 12th with the borough assembly reapportionment plan, and ours comes up 2 weeks later and is already written, and they're not the same, maybe they can be reconciled, then the voters may ratify the apportionment plan for the assembly puts out early in August, and presumably would come out and ratify a different one in late August.
Well, can I answer that?
Lisa,
Go ahead.
she had a, okay,
Well, I just wanted to answer, Joe. I made the motion, but are you saying what I'm saying is on August 26th date when we set the map, we set the enforcement, we have the election for charters, and the map is for the charter. Or are you saying, and I was asking the question, that the Assembly might not like that and they go ahead and they do their thing on August 12th anyway?
They
Oh, I don't think they would do that. Would they?
They could not wait
They couldn't wait.
until September 9th and
They can't.
proceed with their normal election.
Okay,
They would either have to have it prior to our date of September
There's a little southern accent to use the prior.
prior.
the reason that
I've lost my point.
They would either have to set it prior, you're doing what?
Prior,
to-
or they would have to set off their October
Can I
election.
ask, if Mayor Cody, if the assembly looks like, this is just a judgment question, does the assembly, is the assembly waiting on us, or will they just disregard what we say and pursue their own course?
I'm waiting.
The Assembly,
They have the option to disregard us, but my
the
question is,
Assembly has the option to disregard you.
all of a sudden it's you and not us.
They have the option, all right, you asked me as an Assemblyman. Now I'm speaking from the other half.
Mary, I have a
I
brilliant
don't believe
suggestion.
I don't believe that they want to. They want to, in all matters, if possible, back unification. The majority of Assemblymen do. But if they run a separate apportionment, like he's suggesting they may very well, it will not look like they're backing the unification. And I think we're in trouble for the very reason he's talking about. Because I think that the way the election last year was stated, I think that Mary is mistaken. I think the length of those terms are set, and I think it was said the terms of those elected were to October, the normal election date. And I don't think it said until the general election. I think it said until that date on the ordinance that created that last election. And I think Mary may be up a tree in saying that legally that they can put off this election. Mary Coffey may legally be up a tree on this.
Oh, Lordy. Well,
So I had to ask.
No.
Or you had.
I think that we're mistaken. I think we're in trouble about asking them to postpone that election.
We
all
have,
right, well, in that case,
we
I
have an
move the
amendment.
question on August 26th, because we can't do that.
You made an amendment, and you seconded it.
Can I ask Mary a question?
Yes.
Mary, is it your feeling as an assembly person that if the Charter Commission came out and designated a plan, that the assembly would go along with it and not try to
Not
block it?
necessarily.
No, Mr. Chairman, Mary is the person to ask, but it seems to
Not
me
necessarily.
they would not delegate that responsibility
No,
to
they
anybody.
wouldn't. They can't.
Jane?
I'd like to make a substitute motion back to August 12th on reapportionment and the charter election on September 9th, because if there's no guarantee that
We have an amendment. And
no, he's a substitute and I'm substituting mine for his.
You're substituting the original.
You can't.
no, he was amending
All right,
the
then
main
I call for
motion.
the question on the August 26th.
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute.
The motion on
I would like to divide that question, if we can, on that August 26th. Bill had two things in it. I'd like to go for the 26th, but I can't go for including the apportionment in the charter. If we could divide that question.
when did the apportionment happen?
Because he included that in his...
When does it happen?
He said that it would be in the charter.
I think that was integral to it.
That was integral to his motion.
Mr. Chairman, could you restate
Arliss?
the substitute motion, please?
Do you want Bill's motion?
The substitute motion,
Okay.
of course, which would be Bill.
Because there is a motion on the floor which has been amended, which is therefore the main motion.
It is the main, the substitute motion is,
No, this is
His
was not
as
a
he
substitute.
offered it as an amendment
okay.
Amendment.
To the current
to the
substitute motion,
current
which is
substitute
before us,
motion, which is the main motion.
amended.
Okay, to hold the charter election August 26th, and that the charter commission set the reapportionment for the charter at the same time.
And I'd like to separate that question if it's possible, because I'd like to go for the 26th date, but I can't go for the,
We'll separate the question. The chair will entertain a call for
Could I
a
just
question.
ask a question?
No, I don't want to. Let's vote
On what?
on the date of the 26th
What about it?
Well,
for
You guys are
for
going to make me
the
glad to leave if
would there be a
for the charter election.
map election on August 12th?
well, that's what I'm trying to get separated out of this.
That'd be awfully close, though, wouldn't it? Geez, right next door to each other, 2 weeks.
What are we voting on?
August 26th.
Whether or not to have the charter election August 26th.
So that's the division of the question. And we begin with Mr. Josephson.
No.
Parker? No. Parsons?
No.
Reed?
No.
Sheffield?
No.
Sergio Lisky? Did you say no?
Yes.
Edvin?
No.
Try?
No.
Fisher's after the phony?
Yes.
Opposed?
No.
I'm right on my side.
Okay, one opposed
All right.
One in favor.
on the matter of the 27th.
Now on the matter of setting the apportionment within the election,
Within the chart.
within the charter.
We begin
Well-
with Parker.
But no, Matt, is this still debatable, or has the question been called?
Now what, excuse me,
All right. That the charter commission set the reapportionment for the charter at the same time. In other words, that it be included in the charter.
It's now within our purview to control it, but
It's not meaningless now, you know.
Oh.
It doesn't have anything really to do with the motion.
we can't control it, so it either
Yeah.
take the vote or forget it.
Well, then let's go around. If it doesn't have any meaning in that, let's get it off.
The wording was
Get
that
back
it
to
be
the
included
main
in the charter.
We
Well,
separate it.
And this I vote against.
Mr. Chairman, my problem with this is that this gets us in the present framework now, gets us into a matter of substance, and I don't think it should come up as an item of the timing of an election. I mean, we're going to be talking about apportionment separately, and then we can make a judgment as to whether to go along with a vote set by the Assembly of where choices are put before the people, or to include it in the charter. But that's my objection. I don't follow that. Well, that is best I can. But what's well, what I mean is,
motion then would be the main motion then would be that we would have a September 9th charter election with apportionment in it, and we would have to then amend the main motion, I guess, to eliminate the request to the Borough Assembly for August 12th election. Is that right?
That's what it
Would then be, if this should pass, we would then be in an anomalous position with the main motion.
Question?
Question called.
Are we now voting on the portion that would say reapportionment
Yes.
included? Okay, we begin with Parker.
No.
Parsons?
no.
Reed?
No.
Sheffield?
No.
Sergio Lisky? Advick?
No.
Chai?
No.
Fisher? After Frony?
No.
Holmes?
No.
Josephson?
No.
The main motion is before us now is the September 7th charter election, September 9th charter election with a request to the Borough Assembly for apportionment election on August 12th to be held by the Borough Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a statement in relation to this. I think that gives the antis long enough to make a good organization, and if we get off and get it on the 12th, I think we've got it. And if we put it off that long, I think we're in trouble. That's just personal opinion.
Question.
Good observation. Question's been called for.
Good observation.
I could sure organize it in that time if I wanted to.
Let's
I hope you don't want to. That's the reason I'm
All
trying to
right,
vote.
Debbie, will you call roll?
We begin with Parsons.
Waffle.
You're not wearing those tonight.
I need an interpreter.
No.
What'd you say? No?
Reed,
Yes.
Sheffield,
Yes.
Sturgeon,
Yes.
Yannick,
Yes.
Charlie,
No.
she's absent, Brody,
No.
Holmes. Yes. Josephson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yep.
2 opposed.
3.
Jim Fred.
Well,
Oh, yes.
I think we're in trouble.
I think I've been up since
Given
we
the
lost.
opposition long enough to organize it.
Well, I don't like it either.
And I'm telling you, I think by that very vote that we ourselves have put it down. I think that we really ought to put the commitment in this next week and a half and finish it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go on with
Yeah, so I call for the orders of the day. I mean, there's so many pitfalls here that if we only do make
When
one
we go to work on it, we could always change our mind and ask for another day. If we go to work on it and get it done in the next 5 or 6 days, why, wonderful.
Can we ever do it? I don't know why if we stay
And
all
I'd be
day.
most pleased if anybody in this charter commission would be willing to sit down and take time for
Cocaine,
next couple of weeks.
other
Having covered one of the minor items, we're now
Major, let's go.
to a major one. Discussion of executive form. As prepared in the present draft, we have a strong mayor. There have been considerable discussion and representations at the various hearings for a manager, assembly manager system. I have put it on the agenda for discussion, and I open it to discussion. I hope, as I was asked earlier today, that when we get done with all of our discussions, everybody will still be here, everybody will still be talking to each other, and that'll be a happy result. But in any case, it's time to start talking amongst. Sure,
Mr.
The
Chairman.
chair would entertain any open discussion or a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Parsons.
I move that we change the form of executive to a council manager form of government.
Is there a second? There is a second. Mr. Parsons moved, Mr. Sheffield seconded. Now, is there discussion? Yes,
I would like to go on record as executive secretary to say that I have 3 times contacted Mr. Fisher's office, and in addition to that, called at 8:15 this evening, both his home and his office numbers in an attempt to contact him. And I was under the understanding that he would be here this evening.
Is the matter open for discussion?
the matter is open for discussion.
Didn't we call for the question? Well, you may have, but I still want to discuss. Mr. Chairman, I oppose the motion, and I'd like to just outline the reasons. I think that there is a lot of confusion because the question often is treated as if there were 2 forms of local government, a strong mayor council form and a council manager form. In fact, there is a 3rd form of government, the mayor administrator form, which is the form which we used in the first draft. And arguments about the mayor council form really aren't pertinent. I have text with me on this. I don't want to be too didactic about it, but this textbook, Essentials of American Government, shows the mayor administration plan and treats it as a modern development, post-development of the council manager form. And this textbook and others discuss the good and the bad in all of the forms. Just reading the underlined portion just briefly, the writer says that in theory the mayor-administrator plan meets some of the major objections to both the strong mayor and the council manager form. I'm pointing out that there really are three different types here. Under able, conscientious mayors, big cities may secure both strong political leaders, which they should have, and top-flight chief administrators, since more and more such administrators are moving up through city manager positions in cities of 250,000 population and over. Since most of these plans operate much as do conventional strong mayor plans, except that a professional administrator works under the mayor's direction, the extent to which politics will be submerged and the judgment of experts will be permitted to prevail will depend on the determination of mayors to make the plan work and their willingness to shield their managing directors from the pressures of political leaders whose motives are not always to secure the most economical and efficient government. Now, we have modified the mayor administration plan in our charter because we require confirmation of the administrator, and I think that's a reasonable modification. So we're not dealing here in the draft that we have with an old-fashioned boss crone type of thing. We're dealing with one of the most modern innovations in local government. From the point of view of the political situation, and I'll come back to the merits in a second, it seems to me that we have had ballots indicating that the public wants the mayor form. We have the most recent narrative report from the Rowan Group, and as I read it, this is just not broken down by area, as he said, and there are some limitations to it, but the executive mayor concept was strongly supported by 13.7%, supported by 63.2%, opposed by only 14.9%, and strongly opposed by only 3.2%. If we're going to make use of this material, I think this is the place to do it. More than that, and here I depart from any statistics. Here I just use hunches and intuitions, and you may have different ones. I suspect that our bigger problem in this unification issue will be outside the city, and that the greater sensitivity on this question is exactly in that area where we have the greatest possible weakness. That is, the people who are most concerned about retaining the executive branch as a condition of voting for the charter are the residents outside the city whose votes we need most badly. Whereas the people who want to make this change to the council manager form are more likely to be city residents, and I think that is where our problem is not as grave. I believe that what you will find is that the council manager form, if adopted, will be perceived outside the city as a kind of annexation, and will be resisted on that basis. I'm not impressed particularly by the fact that we have had a lot of input against the mayor form in the second round of public hearings, because I think we all understood that when we put out a proposition for voter comment, the antis would be drawn out, and they were. And in fact, Mrs. Dodson's letter points out that and says that perhaps those who liked the executive branch were lulled into a false sense of security. As an advocate of the mayor form, I really wish, in retrospect, perhaps that we'd gone with the council manager form first, so you could have seen the outcry against us on that proposition. I also think that there's a question of credibility of the Charter Commission if we keep moving around on some very basic propositions.
if you really, as a matter of principle, have to do that, then it should be done. But to just pick and choose and one day be putting out in print a mayor form and then a month later, for reasons that I don't understand, go to another form on such a very basic proposition, I think that our credibility as students of local government will be undermined. Going to the merits, what I understand happened is this. For one thing, the city manager met with some of the commissioners, and he advocated the city manager form of government. And in Gomer Pyle's words, surprise, surprise, surprise. The second one of the arguments that he made, I understand, is that the system of a strong executive works at the state level because there is partisanship, and the political party system operates to provide a check on reasonable powers by the executive. I don't think the argument's well taken. First place, as often as not, I think more often than not, the legislative branch in Juneau is controlled by the same party that nominates the incumbent governor. And it's only by chance when that is not the case and when the legislative branch is under the control of one party and the executive is of another. In addition to that, the legislative body locally meets year-round and can operate to provide checks and balances that the legislature simply cannot provide. The local government is closer to the people, and the governor is down in Juneau and not as open to scrutiny, I think, as a mayor is. So I really don't think Mr. Wyford's remarks, with all respect to him, have a great deal of merit. There has been correspondence from Mrs. Hudson and Mrs. Benkert about their experience in local government, and that's important input. I talked to one former councilman and assemblyman with whom I served today. His view was that both sides are wrong in saying that it makes any difference. He thinks the real question is people, and he communications must come up the chain of command through the manager as well. I think it's more difficult for the legislative people to know what's happening in the manager form than it is in the mayoralty form, where the mayor is directly responsible to the public. The legislative body is the agent of the public and also elected, and because there is the separation, there is more give and take and more confrontation. I think that Mrs. Flynn's remarks earlier tonight were very well taken, and I endorse them. And in summary, I simply object to the motion. I think that we have a good system, and I don't think we're going to please everybody here, and we shouldn't, at this late date, reverse it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak.
All right, Tony.
I was among those who were waffling on this particular point a few weeks ago, and I have taken several relooks at it, and I am back to where I'm agreeing with Joe as it was originally. One of the points that Mr. Wyford made that made me hesitant, and probably the one point that he gave that caused me to hesitate, was that he felt that the department heads would necessarily become political instead of being really department heads. That in effect, he thought, end up with two department heads, one a working head and one a political head. And I understand now why he was saying that, because I have just found out what they have done in the way of so-called executive plan in the city, whereby the manager is given about $10,000 to $12,000 leeway in what he pays his department heads. And if in the new form of government we went to that sort of an executive pay plan, I think we would be in danger of having the sort of result that Mr. Wyford was proposing. But if we have it on a merit system and we set our executives on the merit system on a scale where we think they belong, and that remains in the hands of the whole group of the new assembly, I don't think we're apt to have that sort of thing occur. I really don't. So I'm back to where I'm full-fledged behind what Joe is proposing. There was one other thing, and that was that I wondered what would happen if we had the worst of either form happen. Whether we had a very bad manager or whether we had a very bad elected mayor that was really bad. And I decided that at that point it probably was just as easy for any concerned assemblyman to work up a recall petition that as it was for to get 6 concerned assemblymen to fire a very bad manager.
Sure.
And I don't think that there's that real problem.
Mr. Chairman, I intend to support the motion. I had voted for the other form the first time around. I think before I make any specific remarks, however, all of us, when we were campaigning, sort of felt that the overriding concern for the community was to have a charter and have the unification effort succeed. I fear that we, in some measure, and the community, in some measure, have begun to lose sight of that goal. I think that either form can work well in this community, and it is, in part, a matter of personality. So I would urge that whichever form prevails, that we as a commission stand foursquare behind that form and keep in mind our goal of the unified government. One of the reasons that I did decide to change is in the issue of conflict in the government. We've had very good testimony from a number of people who have said that the strong executive form, by its very nature, sets up a conflict position between the administration and the legislative body, and that this conflict position in some measure serves us well in the community because the rubbing of the two systems makes for the checks and balances necessary to ensure good government. I don't agree with that. Maybe I tend to favor an efficient government over one that has inherent in its system that kind of conflict. I see part of the resolution of the conflict in the assembly under the form we now have in the charter, hiring its own staff and an adversary position down the road some years where the staff of the assembly is fighting with the staff of the mayor. I've had surprising testimony in the last months from people I always sort of considered were strong executive mayor supporters, who, when queried, said, well, I voted for the charter the last time around and did support the charter because I believe in unification, but I'm really a council manager supporter. And these are people inside and outside the city. A lot of these people are tired of the bickering which is in the present borough setup. But I have tried very hard to decide in my own mind, is that bickering a matter of personalities, or is that inherent in the system? And I've come to the conclusion that it's built in, it's an integral part of the system. When you set up the two warring sides, you create that conflict. And so I do now favor the council manager.
I'd like to make one comment, if I may, in relation to that.
May we, Mary, go around and let everybody reserve your comments. Fred?
Thank you, Frank. I'd like to speak against the form of management that Joe Josephson advocated here. First of all, Joe read us a very eloquent chapter out of that book, but he neglected to read the one that's in that book regarding a council manager and its advantages. So I think we should balance the ledger if we're going to do it by reading the other side of the argument. There was great emphasis placed upon the fact that you talk about firing a city manager, but it never happens. Yet when I think back in the city of Anchorage, we've never recalled the mayor, but we have fired some city managers. I think to talk about recalling a mayor is a wonderful thing, but it never happens. It's one of those things that politically isn't done. You can talk about it, but it'll never happen. But you can get to a city manager. Also, Joe placed great emphasis on that this is good management practice. Well, actually, in management practice, this is what they call a one-to-one relationship. It's the equivalent in industry of having the chairman of the board with the president reporting to him rather than to the executive committee or the board of directors. And all that does is bring you right back to the bureaucracy that you have in federal government, where you have the top man and his deputy, which is a one-to-one relationship, and you know the problems we have there. I think the other thing we're doing, we're looking at personalities that are in the office right now, and I think what we want to do is think about the future of Anchorage, and just think about the possibility, and this can happen along the line, of getting a mayor in there that is not the most desirable type, who could be a boss tweed type, and you would have one hell of a mess under this arrangement. So as far as I can see it, there's every advantage, and I've listened to all this public testimony. I don't know about the poll. Joe brings in the fact that the first poll indicated that the council manager thing would not fly. However, I took it upon myself to make a poll here, and I find that once people know the definition of both types, their inclinations towards the council manager. So based upon everything I've seen and based upon the public reactions of these hearings, I would favor council manager.
Further discussion from anyone else?
Sure.
Mr. Parsons.
I was impressed by testimony that what we have created in the strong mayor version that we have presented, we have given him more power, potentially, than the governor has. And I think that there are several things in there that indeed speak to that. The mayor shall appoint all heads of municipal departments, even though they are subject to confirmation by the assembly. But this is a tremendous kind of a powerful operation. Indeed, it is the kind of thing that has been closest to partisan politics, and I would like to see local government kept on a nonpartisan basis. As to the poll, it's my observation that if the question is where did we could get about 75% in favor of any kind of wording that you present to the people, and as one looks and adds the oppose or strongly oppose on question, any of these that were given to us in the summary, the one that has the strongest opposing, even though the rest are in this category that if it were presented the other way, I think we would have gotten the majority the other way. The one that has the strongest opposing added total is the executive mayor with 18.1%. And I'm sure if we could word a poll, it would bring out the support for the council manager form with equal strength as these questions have been worded in a way that brought out the executive manager, the executive mayor form of government. I am not as strong as I was when I supported the council manager form. I will certainly support the charter if it goes the other way. But I really do think that the functioning of the government, as we've seen witnessed in both bodies, supports the council manager as a more efficient and more effective form of local government.
Let's see if there's someone else who has not spoken yet who would care to speak to the question. Joe?
Well, I won't. I hope I don't belabor this, Mr. Chairman. I'd like not to think that bickering is an integral part of the mayor system. I don't really think it is. I think it's true that you will not have bickering in the council manager form, except in the situations where the manager breaks his pick with the councilman. Usually that's not over the big issues. But in a city like Anchorage, where there are conflicts, where there is dynamic change, it seems to me that it's better to have the disputes out in the open, where government really reflects what the community is all about. If this were Seward or Cordova, I might feel differently, but we are the most dynamic place in the nation, probably, and our government should reflect it. Now, I was challenged to read other materials, and I think
you had it read.
I think the rest of you will regret Mr. Chai's.
Well, it depends on what paragraph you underscore in that book.
But,
I've read the same book.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Chai do that because he can read his case better than I can. But the textbook that I read from, and the point of my reading was to say that what we had in the charter was not the old style mayor form, but a new innovation, more later in the scale than in the sequence of the evolution of these things in the council manager form. The book also says that the council manager plan is rated by many political scientists as the best system, and it has advantages which it lists. It also cites some weaknesses. The text that was just taken from me by Mr. Chai points out that, thank you, that
I want to get the other paragraphs. Go ahead.
Speaking of the council manager form, the position is placed upon a purely professional plane on the assumption that the manager is to be in no way concerned with party or factional politics, but is to carry on the city administration in a manner analogous to that of the general manager of a private corporation. Parenthetically, this is Josephson, not Field, Sykes, and Stoner. I think we all know that the distinction between administration and policy is very blurred, and that creates a lot of problems. But the writer goes on to say that sometimes from a lack of understanding of the fundamental idea of the plan, the manager has been made the political head of the city or subject to the recall by the voters. Sometimes the council has been guided by political motives in the selection of the manager. When these mistakes have been made, the government of the city becomes no better, and sometimes even worse, than under the time-worn, speaking of the old mayor form, time-worn mayor-council form. It must be remembered that good or bad government is not produced by forms alone. There seems a widespread notion that somewhere there is a magic form of government which, having been inaugurated, will produce good government without further care or attention by the citizens. And I think that Mrs. Flynn was correct when she said that comparisons of alleged efficiency between the city and the borough are meaningless because of the different things that are attempted. And if you attempt things in a new area, in a rapidly changing area, which are people programs, you will get more beats than in the kind of matters that the city is in.
Mr. Chairman.
Mary?
One of the things she said that I want to speak to, and I've forgotten what it was right now, but I do think that there might be something that we should look at in relation to the present form that we're proposing, the administrative assembly form. And that is that I'm not sure but what we should add to that, where we could have not only the assembly having ratification over department heads and the chief administrator, whatever we call him, but that they could also have the removal power with an extraordinary majority. Not with a simple majority, but with an extraordinary majority. Now, I am reasonably sure that there are more than 6 members of the present assembly that would discharge at least 3 people among department heads if it were within their power to do so. Now, I'm not at all sure, but what it should be possible for the assembly to do it with an extraordinary majority. I would definitely say they shouldn't be able to do it with a simple majority with this sort of thing. And I'd like, before we take a vote on this other question, to just sort of mull this over and see what sort of a feeling there is in this group on that score.
Is there any comment on Mary's comment that she made her in thinking of what might happen?
A 2/3 or 3/4 majority. I believe if we put that in, that we would probably take care of any of the beefs that we really have with this other form of government, our administrative form.
Mr. Chair.
Sherry?
To respond to Mary's concern, under the strong executive system, you do have the friction between the two branches. And the one handle that the legislative branch has on the executive branch is the budget. Come budget time, in the past, it has been the case where the Assembly has, from time to time, cut a department budget because they're mad at the department head. I think we would be tying one hand behind the mayor's back to have his department head subject to removal by even an extraordinary majority, because should the Assembly become upset with one particular action of a department head, they could summarily dismiss him, leaving the mayor in a difficult position. I think if you accept the strong executive form, you must accept the power that the mayor has and not tie his hands. In fact, the model city charter advocates, if you adopt the strong mayor form, that you not even make his department head subject to confirmation, that places a constraint on him that he should not have to deal with.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sheffield?
I agree with Sherry that I don't think that that you should give the Assembly even extraordinary power to fire department heads. I think if you're going to have the mayor form of government, that you'd have to have that prerogative to hire those department heads or his administrative officer. I would hate to think that and I would try to compare it to business. And I didn't think this out too well. I didn't have time, but I could think of a lot of areas that it wouldn't work in normal business as well as government. And I of course favor the city manager mayor form of government. It's worked in the city of Anchorage for many years, and I think it's been good. And I think the power lies, or the authority should lie with the legislative body. And I also too think that you could design polls to do anything you want to do. But I think if you analyze the first poll, I think you'll find that there was a pretty even Steven as far as mayor and for the city manager form of government. So I don't think that's a case. I would urge all of you to think long on this and give it good consideration.
Jane?
Yeah. To echo what Sherry started with, I think that good government is the basis of good government is having good people working in that system, and that drawing good people to public service is a trip all by itself, and maybe the form influences those courses and maybe it doesn't. I have two major areas of concern related to this question, and one is, the first one is, which system provides the public with the best access to their decision makers so that they can provide their feelings? And the second is, which provides staff with the best access to decision makers to give them, ideally speaking, objective information. On the one hand, you have the public who often respond emotionally to an issue, and it's very important that they have their access to whoever's making those decisions. On the other, you have, ideally, staff who are providing the basis upon which decisions, if this were a rational world, should be made. I've worked as a staff member in both situations, under a council manager form and under a strong mayor. Within my experience, under the manager form, we were prohibited from direct access to the legislative body by policy decision of the manager. And I saw information given to the legislative body which was altered or limited, probably is a better term, by policy decision that was made by the manager. Working under the mayor form, and again, you have to understand that personalities come into play in this one. We had quite a bit of access to the legislative body or to anybody else we could round up to draw attention to facts on decisions that were going to be made in what seemed to be a rational light. I strongly feel that the veto power of a mayor gives the public one more crack at making their plea, whatever it may be. And that's extremely valuable from the public point of view. So that if you want to combine the two pieces of information that would go into making a decision, which is on one extreme an emotional public appeal and on the other extreme a rational staff appeal, I feel that the mayor, strong mayor administrator situation provides the most access for both groups to influence the decisions that are made. Probably it's not the best way to run a business, but democracy isn't designed for streamlined decision making because you involve a lot of people. And when you involve people, it's bound to slow down. And it's not going to be nearly as efficient as running a bank or hotels, because you've got to take too many other variables into consideration.
Mr. Chairman, it's a good time for me, I guess, to speak. I don't know when an issue has caused as much soul searching and discussion and talking to people, and I suspect we could all run our own poll and come up with our own answer. But I'm going to support the present form, the mayor administrator, and after doing a lot of looking and thinking, I think it gives us the checks and balances and the responsiveness to the public that we need. I think the public needs that one extra person to go to. Although we have a mayor and some people in the present city have said that if we go the mayor-council form that we can do away with the ombudsman, I don't feel that that is really true. That person sits as one of the assembly. They are in a very powerful position in that they are much more able to know all of the inner workings of the actual details of the municipal operation, and yet become just one of the boys and girls as they sit around the table. It's something to find 11 people to fault a body, another to have one individual, such as a strong mayor with an administrator, that you can really pin to the wall or get to, let's say. I do think that you do create conflicts. I agree with the remarks that have been said that in a democracy, I think that's a healthy and a desirable thing. Locally, we've seen our problems, our frictions, and therefore that comes into our thinking. I think many of those have been lessened now that we have done away with the direct institutional representation on the legislative body. I'm not saying it's not without its faults and its conflicts, but I think that that's a healthy, positive situation. I think there may be things, and I don't know if Mary's suggestion is good. I've heard a couple of others where we may modify the power, say, of the present form of executive that we have to make it more of a balance between the two. We have limited the length of time, which is something that does not exist in the present situation, and I think allows for us to keep from getting, quote, boss tweed in the situation. If I were a legislator, I think I would opt for a council manager form because it's more simple. You can make policy, you can set budgets, you're the whole thing. You don't have someone that's holding up a hand and say stop. I do happen to agree and support very strongly the veto power. I've seen it with our emerging problems, and I think land use, as pointed out, is a major area here. And I think that's a very healthy area where the veto can be used. I would hope that this issue, because the Commission has talked and debated it so seriously and considered it in such depth, will not be divisive among this group as to our moving ahead. But I really feel that in the transition time, it's tremendously important that we have that extra check and balance to protect all of the people of this community. That's the interest of the city residents, the people outside. When we get down to the guts of the issue of the assets, the liability, the handling of the utilities, that we have really two places that the public can go. And I'm going to have to support the form that we presently have in the charter, with perhaps some modification to lessen the power of that position.
Is there further discussion?
I remembered the other thing I wanted to speak to, and that is that the degree of animosity within the present borough has certainly gone down about 80% since it was not institutional representation within this last year. And I can't imagine that continuing with the new government if it is adopted. And it is different having this limitation on the number of terms that the mayor can run. And I will propose that we use an extraordinary majority, and I'm not quite sure where it should be, and I think it should be an extraordinary majority, 2/3 or 3/4, or maybe even 4/5, to be able to fire a chief administrator or a department head.
Mr. Chai?
Can I read for about 2 minutes from the authority?
I supplied him with this.
The council manager plan is the most popular, most widely used in municipalities of 10,000 to 500,000 people. The council manager plan, rated by many political scientists as the best form of local government yet devised, has the following advantages. 1, it provides for complete concentration of authority and responsibility in a council chosen by the electorate and accountable to it, thus enabling the voter to fix the blame or assign credit. 2, the voters have a short ballot. 3, the plan is conducive to maximum use of experts in local government administration since it provides for their choice through appointment and establishes the criterion of merit and fitness. 4, friction and deadlocks between policy determiners and administrators are reduced to a minimum, since the chief administrator has indefinite tenure and may be removed by his council. 5, a city manager profession has developed. 6, the quality of policy determination can be substantially improved since councils have determination of policy as a main responsibility, and since they have an expert to furnish guidance, technical advice, and assistance. Now, it's only fair that I give you the 4 disadvantages. 3 they only have.
That's
Here are the weaknesses to the plan. The plan is not conducive to developing strong political leadership. 2, the results have sometimes been disappointing because councils have chosen politicians, engineers, or other types of persons as managers who have had no previous training or experience in public administration. 3, some insist that the plan is undemocratic since managers are not chosen by the people and not directly responsible to the electorate. This argument is spurious since all the powers of municipal government are under the manager plan are vested in a council elected by the people and accountable to them for all actions of the government.
That wasn't undermined, was it?
No, that wasn't.
Careless word.
Mr. Parsons.
I really appreciate the equanimity of the discussion, and I hope it bodes well for our total support of whichever way it does go.
Comment. Before the question is entered, I would like the privilege of just stating my position clearly. Basically, I am for a council manager system. I believe that the council manager system provides both a more efficient government and a more responsive government. I believe that it provides for the general public easier access all the way through to the people on the staff. I think this. I've found this true in my dealings with the city, and I believe it functions better than that. Obviously, you have public has open access to decision makers, and staff has more limited access to decision makers than they would like, but staff never has direct access to decision makers in either form of government, because when they do, they are walking around the chief administrative officer or they are walking around the manager. So I think basically from a public standpoint we get better service, we get more efficient service, and we have every opening to get to the government to change the decisions. I just wanted to state how I felt before the vote was taken. The question, I understand, has been called for.
Roll call.
Let's just have some prediction.
Repeat the motion now. What is it?
Motion, so everybody's sure of what they're voting on.
Number 25.
Makes me sick, but I know who's going to decide this one. I'm leaving. I'm allowed to comment like that, I hope. The motion is to move to change the form of the executive to the council manager form. Shall we go strictly in roll call, or does the chair wish the prerogative of being the last, since he's the first at this point?
I'll take a straight roll call,
Okay.
having stated my position.
Mr. Reed,
Yes.
Mr. Sheffield,
Yes.
Mrs. Sturchewski, Ms. Annick,
No?
Mr. Chai,
Yes.
Fisher is absent, Mrs. Froney,
No.
Mrs. Holmes,
Yes.
Mr. Josephson,
No.
Ms. Parker,
No.
Mr. Parson,
Yes.
5-5.
3, 4, 5.
5-5 dies for lack of a majority.
Let's go home.
We've got another one to take up here.
It is 10 minutes after 10, and do you wish to get into the discussion of districting tonight?
If we do, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a 5-minute recess.
Yes, let's have a 5-minute.
All right, fine. I think that would be wise. Take a 5-minute recess, walk around the block.
Where'd you find?
How long do you wish to work tonight? 10:20 now.
9:30.
9:30, all right, you're excused. You should have left at 9:30.
The motion that we had last week was, and that we passed, was to consider all of these 4 items, or actually all of the unfinished business at this meeting when we would have the group assembled, because they were the major policy questions.
Yeah.
I think if we just, hustle a bit.
I think we must.
Yeah, let's go through them.
Near
Why don't you put a time limit?
All right. If that's agreeable with all the commission members, we'll put a limit on the discussion time. If you can't say it succinctly, don't say it.
Right, that's good.
And I want to see you tell somebody they are being succinct.
Huh?
And I'm looking forward to hearing you tell us that we are being succinct.
All right. I will. Chair will entertain a motion or discussion on districting.
Mr. Chairman, I think the best way to avoid real heavy arguments is to accept the fact that the voters really should have the choice, and to suggest to the Assembly to give them a choice both of a single man and of a multiple man district. And put that sort of request to the Assembly, and leave the choice put it on the charter that we will accept what the people decide they want.
Is that a motion?
I would like to make that in the form of a motion.
All right.
It's
Well,
agreeable.
bring to your attention that earlier in the evening, we did move to hold a charter election on September 9th, and to ask the Borough Assembly to prepare and hold a districting election on August 12th, which would put this question in front of the public for a vote, which would allow us, if we so desired, to say in the charter that the charter would accept whatever the vote of the people was on August 12th. So, with that constraint in mind, any further discussion?
I second the motion.
What?
I'll second the motion.
You second the motion. Will you please read back the motion?
All right. She suggested there be a choice on the ballot that we request that the Assembly offer both, and we will accept what the voters choose. Is that correct?
That's just
Mr. Chairman,
That the Assembly, your motion was that the Assembly accept, offer the,
Offer a choice.
offer a choice.
Between what?
not the charter.
That the Assembly offer a choice on apportionment between a single member district and a multiple member district.
I would
And leave the
put
choice
that
to the
constraint.
people.
Excuse me. First, I want your motion is to suggest to the Assembly that they put some specific types on.
I don't mind if you folks want to have a vote as to which of the 2 kinds you prefer, and let them know which you prefer. But I think the real thing should be to request the Assembly to give the people a choice between a multiple man and a single man.
Mr. Chairman, I resent the limiting to 2 kinds you prefer. It's not the kind I prefer, neither of them. I want some
If you
people
wish
at
to
large.
if you wish to have more choices,
And,
I don't object. But I think it's
It just preempts the opportunity for any other kinds of, and this is maybe the way it goes, but I strongly feel, and I've heard comments about it, that it would be nice if we could, if we're going to indeed have this multi-member district, have some at large still, and there is considerable support for that kind of arrangement.
Mr. Chai.
Mr. Chairman, we made a decision in the charter as it stands now. It's multi-district. And following Joe's argument that he used before, the public's going to see us changing around again. Why don't we stay with what we have?
Mr. Sheffield?
I say stay with a multi.
Do I, just as a part of the inquiry, does the motion before us specify that the request is that the choice be between multi-member and single member?
This is the way Mary
that's the
read
way
it.
And that the charter would adopt by reference.
and the charter would adopt by reference.
Jane?
Yeah, that was my question. Then,
Please?
no.
No? Sherry? Jane?
Yeah, I would amend the motion to indicate that the Assembly can opt for any variety of choices that it wants in providing options to the voter, and that the charter will be bound by whatever. You're not limited to two.
At least
Pardon me?
two. At least two.
There must be at least a choice between two, but it's not necessary that the choice be only between multi-member and single member.
Is there a second to Jane's amendment?
It's
Lisa?
not very succinct.
I second
Is there a further discussion?
What was the amendment again?
We leave reapportion, the question of reapportionment to the voter through the Assembly providing them with alternatives and that they vote on them. In Mary's motion, she said between multi-member and single member, and I'm saying they can have, that would not limit the Assembly to only those two options and it would be
But at least two.
At least two, right?
I might say this is, we must remember that this is only a recommendation to the Assembly. We are not telling the Assembly in any way, shape, or form how they will handle it, nor are we sanctioning one over the other in this motion. Am I right?
I think we're passing the buck to the Assembly. This is about the second time.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Just for the record.
Mr. Shepard.
Yeah, no, not only maybe passing the buck, of course, I wanted to have the Charter Commission write the apportionment, but I'm afraid that we might just be boxing ourselves in a corner and we may just lose the whole ball game. The Charter Commission was elected to write a charter, and now I'm not so sure that with this motion, the original motion, that we're writing a charter anymore. I think maybe we're just we're going to go along with something that somebody says, and we're really passing the buck not only to the Assembly but to all the people in the Greater Anchorage Bowl. I think that we'll dump her in good. I think we were commissioned to write a charter, and we should write a charter, and we should stick with it, right or wrong. And I don't think that we're doing our job by sidestepping the issues. If we're going to have to go along with the motion, or if that motion wins, I would certainly at least vote for Mary or for Jane's amendment, so that you get more than have the possibility of more than two choices. But I think that about an hour ago we did something wrong, and I think that we are passing the buck badly, and we're going to lose it.
Jane?
Mr. Chairman, as long as good, better, and different, we did opt to recommend to the Assembly that they do reapportion and have a special election on August 12th. It would seem to me that it would look pretty strange if we recommend one method of representation and on August 12th the voters choose another one. And then on September 9th, they go to the polls to vote on a charter that has a choice that they didn't want. I mean, that's...
Well, we can't now. We've already boxed ourselves in.
We're boxed in.
We already boxed ourselves in an hour and a half ago. We are lost that now. We can't go back. We can't do anything about it.
Why don't we have
Is there further discussion on the motion?
On the amendment.
The only thing I seconded the Anglic amendment, and cowardly, but the only thing that I wonder about is this: suppose no plan gets very much support. I mean, suppose you had 4 or 5 plans, and you had a plan with 21% approval, and we had committed ourselves to
incorporate that. I mean, is that, maybe Joel wants to talk to that, but that sort of bothers me a little bit. If we're giving blind approval, it ought to be a meaningful vote.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say? I wouldn't have any comments. That's all I
You really, I believe that we had legal opinion from the borough saying that there had to be an initial question that shall we adopt as our apportionment whichever of the following plans the majority of the people choose. And so long as that question got above the percentage vote, they felt that any number that approved, the largest one that approved of a plan would be legal, as I understood the word.
I will support the amendment, but I intend to vote against the motion. I think, as Mr. Sheffield says, we're mucking it up.
Well, that becomes a substitute motion.
And I really feel that, who knows, the Assembly in their wisdom may decide to go on to another decision that is entirely separate from ours and what they present to the public. But I think, as far as we are concerned, our best decision is to go with whatever apportionment plan is.
Mr. Chairman, we have 90 minutes tape left.
Oh, good. That's nice.
That's put constraints on you, but that's
All right. If we've had sufficient discussion on the amendment, let us go to call for the question. I hope the question's called for, and all those, well, let's make a roll call.
The amendment.
The amendment is to recommend to the Assembly that they can opt for any variety, at least 2 choices, and that the charter will adopt what they decide, what the voters decide.
Well, it's name 2 of the minimum.
At least those 2, meaning the 2 in the above motion, in the main motion. All right, we begin with Mr. Sheffield.
This is on Jane's amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Trucci? Yes. Anvick?
Yes.
Chai?
Yes.
Fisher's absent. Brony?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Josephson?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Parsons?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
All in favor, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, could it be stated now for exactly what we have before us?
Now we have the main motion as amended.
Is to recommend to the Assembly that they offer the voters the choice between at least single member and multi-member, but it can be more choices. And that the charter will adopt by reference what the voters decide. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
The amendment just added the words "at least," right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Is there discussion on the motion as amended? Question?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make one comment. It seems to me that if we believe in democracy, that we should have faith in the public making their own choice on at least this one question.
Mary, if I may, I would like to state that there's somewhere in the law, I believe, a possibility that the Borough Assembly can reapportion itself without going to the voters. Is that right?
No, it is not.
They cannot.
It is not.
It is not right.
Okay. It's not done, but
It has to go to the voters.
It has to go to the voters.
There was a court case on that last year, Mr. Chairman. There was a court case on that.
And that's why it did go.
Any further discussion on the main motion? Questions called for?
All right, we begin with Mr. Jaluski.
Yes.
Anvick?
Yes.
Chai?
No.
Fisher's absent. Brony?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Josephson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Parsons?
No.
Reed?
No.
Sheffield?
No.
3 opposed?
Four.
4 opposed?
Motion passed.
4 opposed, 6 in favor.
All right, we go on then to other charter items such as boards and commissions, community councils, ombudsman, any others that time permits. I think there's been considerable discussion on the community council, and I think that Lisa probably has quite a little bit of input for us. So,
No. We skip over board.
Chair will entertain a motion or discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Sheffield?
Boards and commissions first?
I didn't hear you.
Do you want to go to boards and commissions first before community councils?
If it's your desire to have it that way.
That's how it is, the first one on that.
Okay. We'll go to boards and conditions. Is that what you said?
Commissions.
Yeah, but it's on the agenda.
Agenda that way.
Okay.
Did he put everything
Yeah.
said about boards and commissions?
All right. Is there any discussion on boards and commissions?
Mr. Chairman, on the point of inquiry, to refresh my memory, what was the public input on the change proposed on boards and commissions?
The public input, as I recall it, was that if you're going to put one board or commission in the charter, why not put them all in the charter? Now, that was the sense of most of the question.
Yeah. Right.
Either that, or why not take them all out?
eliminate them all.
Is there a definitive reason for putting?
No.
Lisa?
There was also an option raised to, instead of having the mayor appoint the people to the commission, to the boards and commissions, to have the assembly appoint the people to the boards and commissions.
That's the one.
Mr. Chai?
To get it off, I'll motion that we strike reference in the charter to any single commission. We either include all of them or leave them out.
Is there a second to Mr. Chai's motion? Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion or discussion? Ms. Barker?
Chairman, I would like to amend the present charter to read the assembly would appoint the people to the boards and commissions instead of having the mayor appoint them subject to confirmation.
Second.
There's a motion before us that the mayor be authorized,
The assembly appoint.
the assembly be authorized to appoint rather than the mayor on boards and commissions.
Chairman?
Is that?
Yes, I second. Chairman?
Second, yes.
I feel that this is one way of equalizing the balance of power with a strong mayor. And that boards and commissions, I think, will have a better reflection of the community at large if they are appointed by the assembly.
Mr. Chai?
I say this should be done by the mayor, because if you're doing it the other way now, we're dividing the strong mayor power.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Mrs. Holmes?
Mr. Chairman, it's been a problem in the present government as to whose commission the various commissions are. They generally recommend to the policy makers, that being the legislative body. And there has been a struggle between the mayor, and now I'm speaking in the borough presently, between the mayor and the assembly over the boards and commissions, and it has resulted in confirmation hearings. I just went through one of these dillies a few weeks ago, and I don't like them. Where in public session you are grilled by the assembly prior to your confirmation. I'm a little bit nervous, however, about turning over the appointment to the assembly for fear that it might develop into a
so-and-so's seat on the commission, you know, that sort of a prerogative that each year comes up, and without ever anything formal being said, it's sort of assumed that this seat on this commission is this assemblyman. I mean, someone has to suggest the names to begin with. I don't know whether that's a reasonable fear.
That's true.
Bill?
Does the assembly confirm the mayor's appointments now?
Yes.
Yes.
They have to confirm.
Yes.
We're not confirmed.
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that keeping all the boards and commissions and their millions of members straight is a tremendous staff responsibility, and that if you give this authority to the legislative body, it's going to require a staff person to manage it.
That's true.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the thing that bothers me is, as I understand it, many of these bodies render administrative or quasi-judicial judgments from which one can appeal to the assembly, and to have the appointing authority in the chain of appeal bothers me, because what it really amounts to is that the commissioner is under pressure to conform to the outcome that is going to be the ultimate outcome at the assembly level. Do you see what I mean?
There would be some that push.
May I interpose? Wouldn't that be what you would want, being that those are the policymakers?
Well, I think you want a really, in some cases, a really independent, say, a planning and zoning commission, and then you have recourse to the political authority. I don't think you want to have you don't have to go through a kind of shell where it's the alter ego of the.
Pardon my intercourse. Jim?
In thinking it through, and I really am sincere about trying to cut down from what I've heard, if we're going to keep this form of government, to cut down the power of the strong mayor. And I see problems in this motion that I've seconded, in that you have 9, if the body's 9 or 11 people who have to get a majority to get someone on a board and commission and initiate, and I see that as a problem. And in trying to think it through, I see that if the mayor's appointments to the boards, they to some degree may reflect his philosophy, even though the council or the assembly confirms them. And then they make a recommendation, and he can veto their recommendations too, which gives him double power.
Veto ordinance.
He can only veto the assembly's action in relation to their original action. He can't veto directly their
Which
action.
gives him a two-pronged power, I think. In the appointment and then in vetoing recommendations.
Lisa?
Mr. Chairman, with permission of my second, I'll withdraw the motion.
Yeah,
Motion's been withdrawn.
it's awkward and I don't see a way around it.
Is there
Guess I won't speak to it.
is there
All right.
any further discussion on boards and commissions?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we do remove from boards and commissions the part of section 407A that calls for the ordinance to establish rules of procedure. I think Mrs. Hudson's point was well taken there. Well, anyhow, that we would delete from the ordinance rules of procedure.
Yes, I agree.
That's 407 what?
407A.
A?
Mr. Chairman, it's a minor thing. Yet the ordinance shall provide for the purpose and function, terms, and qualifications of a member of board or commission. I think it's unnecessary to spell out the rules of procedure, although there may be an overall ordinance to do it.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Was there a second?
I seconded it. Also said I thought it was a reasonable suggestion.
Questions called for?
You need a roll call.
No.
No objection.
Unanimous.
Don't think so? No objection. Is there any objection?
None.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, there was a suggestion made by one person at the public hearing that the nominations should come in Section B of that section from the Assembly or boards and commissions.
Can't nominations come from anybody?
Anybody can tell the mayor,
Presently, they can volunteer themselves, or they can be nominated by assembly people. It can come either direction presently, and I think that's what we should
Several
do.
board appointments are subject to confirmation by the Assembly. I don't see what your point is.
The point is, it says the mayor appoints, and the suggestion was from nominations received by the Assembly, from the Assembly.
From nominations received by the Assembly.
But it's all right, I'm not...
well, they
looking out of the note
can
from-
do it anytime they want to. They can,
Yeah, and I
they can
can-
recommend to the mayor,
Is there any,
A smart mayor goes to these.
is there any further
After he gets on.
question regarding that? Not further discussion on boards and commissions?
let's go on the community council.
Now, recognize that boards and commissions would also include the reference, I think, under Article 14, the Equal Rights Commission, and there's another commission somewhere else here. Planning and zoning.
No, under the police,
And if we're
civilian,
discussing,
Why does that have to be in there?
if we're discussing boards and commissions, I think we should cover the whole thing at once.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Arlen?
I wonder how far we need to go. I happen personally to favor leaving in those two areas because I think they're particularly critical to government and they're type of things that I think they have a special and unique place in government and therefore deserve to be spelled out or mentioned. I do feel that we received some testimony, and I'm not prepared to speak to it, that might call for some changes in the human rights, equal rights, or whatever section, and possibly a change in the planning section in regard to its responsibility in the area of capital improvement programming. But I wonder, by action or lack of action, we don't bar that kind of further discussion, do we?
No.
The main
but
concern is to whether we keep it in there or don't. Is that
position I feel that the commission is in now is giving direction to whoever ends up on the production committee of what to produce. And if we can, the more we can define that, the faster the production will go and the easier we will have the opportunity of getting it done by the time set up. Mr. Sheffield?
Well, on the human rights thing, it was a language change of the, and I don't have my notes with me on all that stuff, but there was a language change on the title of the Human Rights Commission.
And it was a reasonable
And
suggestion.
it didn't sound bad to me at the time, and I don't have my notes with me as to what it was.
I agree with you.
where is the section?
It's 1401 and 2, and we had a letter from the Human Rights.
Yes, and the letter
people.
stated exactly what they wanted, and I
Someone
didn't
said
sound bad.
invidious was unnecessary.
They used that in Rick's lawsuit, though, the judge did.
Yes, and I have to tell you, it has since come up somewhere and
Oh, it
something
may
that's
be.
happened to me. I thought it was a sign that it
Probably
was
Rick
going to be
wrote
good.
it.
And I have another comment in here. The commission shall appoint its principal executive officer with approval of the mayor. And one person said the executive officer needs some due process recourse. I'm not sure what it means now.
I wrote that down
Yeah,
too,
Joe
but I
Mason-
didn't know what it meant either.
said that.
Harry?
I think that there are significant changes of this nature as we go through the document. But I think at this point we ought to confine ourselves to the broadest of the policy decisions. And when this was put on the agenda, I think the idea was, shall we delete all reference to boards and commission or change the appointment?
Basically,
So I would suggest that we move to community council.
Well, unless somebody wants to, we just get rid of it.
is there any further
We
discussion?
moved, we didn't do it. We didn't do it.
We did move to do that
And we didn't do it.
He
Now
moved
let's
to
go
either
on.
name them all or delete them all, which is
All
the
right.
same thing.
Okay, sorry about that.
I
wouldn't have seconded it,
Okay.
There, yeah. All right, let's move on to community councils then.
Mr. Chairman?
Article 5. Bill Sheffield?
I had a lot of comments on this and or received a lot, and I've asked a lot of people about it. And the consensus opinion is that, from what I can gather, is that it's a common thing, and we just new here, but it is coming around America outside, and but everyone that I've talked to wants to pretty well wants to leave it in the charter, but have it read so that the assembly or the governing body may appoint community councils or may have community councils, but not be compelled to do so. In other words, the word community councils is in there as a suggestion, but then they may have it, but not be compelled to do so, and not set up any rules and procedures of how they're going to be governed or what's going to happen. Then let that be an assembly action.
I think it
By ordinance. No, it doesn't.
Community councils may be established.
There was a meeting last Tuesday night, and we talked about the section that as it was written, and there were people there from the different community councils in town, and we talked about, how did they see a community council and what did they see it doing, and everybody had a different opinion on what a community council should do, and the main part about community councils is that not everybody has to belong. I can belong, but Sherry being my neighbor, she doesn't have to belong if she doesn't want to. So that possibly, it's up to it's a pleasure of the commission to decide what they want to do with it, and we wanted to suggest that to define what community councils are, and then to further ask the assembly to give further guidelines by ordinance. What are you really saying, Lisa?
Well, what?
Taking section 501 where it says provision, maybe, redefining this, because, I asked, well, does it, when you say without infringing upon the rights of people not represented by councils, and, giving them maximum community self-determination and such, that's what they felt community councils were, but not to go into the specific details of it. So,
Have we? Now, did we?
Some people saw it where, like at the hearing it was another level, and the interpretation of rights and powers, and there was a suggestion of, which I think is a good one, of taking the providing of the supervising of the service in the service area, to put that in the service area section, since at the meeting today, service areas can be anywhere.
Would I understand then that you would really end up satisfactorily with 501?
Section 501, and asking the assembly to further implement by ordinance.
Leave it up to the assembly to implement.
But giving more of a definition to community council, so that at least you're giving people a further stepping stone, so that, when they read it, they'll understand hopefully what a
Further
community council
definition
is.
of what a community council
And
is.
does that mean eliminating 502 and 3?
502 and 503. And
Eliminated.
and putting a section in 502 where it says, for each community council to supervise the furnishing of a service in an area, and then, the election, to put that in the service area section, probably just the way the state statute.
In relation to commissioners would be elected for service.
Sherry?
If they wish to.
If there's no motion on the floor, I would propose, I would offer a motion. We don't.
There's no motion on the floor.
I would move that Article 5 on Community Council be amended to delete 502. In 503, to take the first sentence, change the word shall to may, and move that up into 501. So that you would have 501 reading, provision, community councils may be established to provide residents the opportunity for maximum community self-determination without infringing upon the rights of persons not represented by community councils. The assembly by ordinance may provide for the establishment of these functions of the community councils. And I would further request that we add an additional sentence or two, whatever is necessary, to define what a community council is. But I'm not prepared at this point to offer.
Second.
Motion and a second. Lisa?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer an amendment to Sherry's motion, striking the ordinance establishing duties and functions and leaving that up to the community council, and ending 503 with the assembly by ordinance may provide for the establishment of community councils.
So, Mr. Chairman,
I'll second the amendment by Ms. Parker. You're seconding the amendment?
Yeah.
I'd like to clarify my main motion, which, and I can't remember if I said that intended in that is that the remainder of 503 after the first sentence, which is
Be eliminated. Would Evie, would you read the amendment? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the amendment just...
Well, it was already deleted in her.
Well, my problem is that if we're going to state a concept, as we said a few minutes ago, that I hear that we're going to keep them in, and that we should refer the thing back to the Charter Production Committee for these details kind of thing. One of which I thought was well taken at the hearings, and that was to move part of this to the service area and eliminate part of it. And I think that the Production Committee could do this better than handling it now.
All right, we do have a motion, and it was seconded, and an amendment.
Chairman, I move that the entire motion and amendment be referred to the Charter Production Committee.
Well, I guess that was second. Take precedent.
Charter Production Committee, Charter Production Committee, in establishing this section needs guidelines by which to establish it.
The minutes will reflect our guidance.
Sure.
I think we're in favor of the motion and all.
Yeah,
Let's
there's
go
no
on.
problem with it.
Let's go on with it and be done with it.
Come out better.
Right, let's go on with it.
Question called.
Let's be done with it.
If there's no
Unanimous.
objection, be so ordered. Hearing no objection, it is so ordered.
Quite.
Now, go on. We have the ombudsman.
We agree with it.
Well, we still, Mr. Chairman, we still may have a conceptual problem, which I suppose can be dealt with later, as to whether the duties and functions of community councils belong in the establishing ordinance or the other, or is that something that...
Mr. Chairman, sure, I think that's something you're going to, when you attempt to define it, you're going to come up. I think they're really saying is, hey, give us something really to talk to. And if we don't like it, maybe they would want to keep duties and functions.
Takes the main motion and all comes.
They pass the buck to the CPS.
Okay, ombudsman. On to the ombudsman.
Very clever.
Ombudsman.
Do you think, Sherry and Lisa, that this will provide enough direction to come up with?
We'll find that. No.
Why not?
Mr. Chairman, I want you to know that Joel DeBoer is here, and Joel finally had his perfect string of successes challenged the other night. The first time a case went to the assembly, right, Joel?
Yeah, that's right.
And you've been in operation how long?
About 7 months.
And isn't that amazing? What happened?
What other cases that he has? I know we got a log of them.
What other cases?
Yeah,
How
I
many?
mean, what specifically, what types of cases are
What do you do?
these where you take the
I'll
administration?
save one of his monthly reports for you. Where'd I put it? I'll bring
Yeah, I
it to you next
understand.
time.
Do you actually take the administration on?
I have
Take
it.
the mayor on?
I have it. I have
In
it.
the main, the things are rather routine, but now and then you run across one or two things where you're taking somebody off disagreement. But usually they work out before they even have to go from chain of command.
You ever solve Mr. Drum's problem in the well?
Oh, Mr. Harold, I still get mail.
Robert?
Sounds like Gunter Grass to me.
You can't
Well,
believe it.
If we are going to get out, well, let's address ourselves to the ombudsman.
Whether it's in or out.
What's wrong?
See what the motion of council, you only.
Is there
Go ahead. Let's throw it out as a motion.
Well, we have it in or out, don't we?
Yeah, it's in there now.
So I say leave it alone.
Yep.
Leave one alone.
If we had council manager form, I
See, if you have a council manager form of government, you don't need an ombudsman.
With this,
Because
you
mayor
do.
form of government, I think you need it.
Yep.
Section 309.
Good point. I'll go with you.
I make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we leave it as is.
Well,
Been
Mr. Chairman,
moved.
that point of order, I don't think that's necessary. I mean, if our first draft means anything, it's a document, and the only motion to change it should be, otherwise we would have to go through.
Good point.
Yeah.
Let's go on.
Mr. Chairman?
And then Arliss?
I would move that in section 309 ombudsman, that we make the position permissive as opposed to mandatory.
Oh, no. With a strong mayor, you have to make it mandatory.
I made a motion. Is there a second?
No.
Been moved and seconded that we change the section 309 to make it permissive rather than mandatory. In other words, shall be would be changed to may be. Or there is established in the legislative branch, it would have to be changed to read, there may be established in the legislative branch. Is there any discussion?
Who seconded it? Was it seconded?
Was seconded.
Yes, it was.
I have, yeah, I'd like to speak to that. I think with a strong mayor, you do need an ombudsman, and it should not be permissive, it should be mandatory.
I think it's a protection.
It's a protection that you need with a strong mayor.
As further support, I feel that it's one of the things that there are enough people who are strongly in favor of that it's going to help the charter passage rather than hinder.
Evie?
Well, I know.
Your tally.
My
I don't
tally
agree with
won't
that.
reflect it, but I think
No.
it's a fair reflection from having gone through each comment individually that it was almost exclusively asked to be deleted by the people who favored council manager form.
Right. But it should be.
Tied with that.
Yes. They felt that that meant they had the full-time mayor to go to and the
Lisa?
council.
Okay. Is there further discussion? The motion is to make section 309 permissive rather than mandatory. Roll call.
We begin with ending.
How's that?
Beginning with ending.
Wherever you left off.
So that's where it is, but is she ready? No. I mean, my vote is no. Oh, good. No more votes. Chai?
You're
Not permissive, no.
Fisher's absent. Brony?
No.
Holmes? Yes. Josephson?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
Parsons?
No.
Reed?
Yes.
Sheffield?
Yes.
Sturgill? Yes. 5 opposed. That must mean we have 5 and 3. I'm sorry, I'm cross-eyed by this. So motion fails for lack of a majority.
Lack of a majority. Is there any
other points that we
we're now dead on at 11 o'clock. Are there any
We
other
covered all the points, did we?
When's our next meeting?
Did we cover all the points?
I did not set up a meeting for tomorrow night, definitely, because I didn't know whether we would need it or would not.
You don't need it now.
Well, you gotta have production meeting.
And I think this is the proper point at which to assess the committee structure and where we go from here. My particular situation is such that I do not have the time to devote to being chairman of the production committee. I will be glad to function as a committee member. But I think further that the commission will be better served if we have a change of the advocacy structure at this point in the proceedings. I think it's dangerous if a group has the same people coming with proposed changes every time. So I would ask that a different member chair.
Recognizing that you're now on the Planning and Zoning or something commission, and that Arliss isn't.
I second your motion, Mr. Chairman.
No, I think we ought to make Dick Fisher the chairman.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh, no.
Wonderful.
I think it would be counterproductive.
Oh, that was.
Shall I
No,
reflect that one, Vince?
is there among this group some one person who feels that they have the time available to spend on getting this production out? It is going to take a little time. Now, it's not going to take as much time as it would have taken had we changed the form of the executive. But it's still going to take time to smooth this up and get it cleaned up.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was not at the meeting that discussed expenses and the like, but I really feel it's an excessive burden on the people in the Charter Production Committee in terms of out-of-pocket expenses to take care of out-of-commission activities because of it. And that unless there's some provision, some kind of, and then it becomes awkward if you do for the committee, and it's an awful burden, and I don't know the way around it.
So I take it that Mr. Parsons just told us that he doesn't have time.
I have good time.
Arliss and Sherry have both indicated the same.
Well, what amount of time is required? Somebody.
Well,
You have no estimate as to.
Mr. Chairman, I think that one of the solutions to this is a full-time secretary. And that secretary is just about going to have to be at the beck and call of the chairman of that production committee to get the thing done.
It's nice. I mean, I agree you need one to back them up, but I don't think that's going to answer the question.
No, it's going to take a hell of a lot of time on whoever does it. But I think if you have a good secretary, it's going to help a lot.
Is it envisioned from this point on that the production committee has to come back to this full board for every change and everything?
Oh, I would think so.
Yes.
Yes. So you are going to complicate it because it's just going to be one deal after another
You know,
again.
and well, there are really, but there are matters, for instance, of the that must be at least answered, if not resolved, such as the city employees and questions there. There are going to be meetings apart from this body. It's just not possible for us to sit down. I think that's why, Fred, to you, it's all very simple, but these are all potential blocks, and there are areas in the charter that, frankly, we don't understand. If we were to sit down and list what the assets and liabilities section means that we have, I'll bet you we would get at least 3 or 4 different answers.
And you will for a while. You're not going to solve that overnight.
No, I don't think so, except that the commission must know what we have done, and we don't know in all cases. We do not know for budgets, for instance, what we've done to the school district. We've heard testimony from 2 or 3 people.
I think that we have now, and the latest I've gotten back from the school board and school, that they're so long as the interpretation is that it is before their budget, before their fiscal year. If that wording is changed so that it's plain that it's before their fiscal year, not theirs, I don't think we have any problem.
This is the kind of thing, though, that must be resolved specifically and brought back to the full one, either by somebody setting up the right people to come to this meeting or the right people coming to the Charter Commission and concurring in this action. There's a multiplicity of those kind of things, that's what I'm saying, and I don't think we can resolve it, we 11 people or 10 or whatever.
Mr. Chairman?
To do it.
Joe is right on the edge of the bench there of almost taking the job. Just
Yeah, he was pretty close.
It
was pretty
close. If you, I'd co-chair it with you if you'd take half of it.
There you go.
Co-chair, right.
Well,
Congratulations,
No, it's unanimous.
I don't want to,
Your point is well taken.
I'd like to get, you know,
We got it.
I,
He's flabbergasted. He's flabbergasted. He's flabbergasted.
Speak up, Joe. State your case, Joe.
Joe, we'll help you.
I don't envision the time frame as being
You'll only lose a couple of cases,
as
but what the hell?
burdensome as the first time around. But I do see at least 2 or 3 meetings a week of the Charter Production Committee.
And those have been in the past, 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours, and usually during the day.
No, you can run more at night, or run 4 o'clocks, or run whatever.
okay.
What are you thinking about?
Yeah,
Good,
terrific.
Joe. Thank you.
I think we make a lot of problems for ourselves.
Let's go.
Instead of trying to simplify them, we complicate them all the time.
Your first meeting is tomorrow night, 7:30.
All right, 7:30 tomorrow night at the charter office. 529 I Street. For those of you who don't know where it is. Jane?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a meeting of the Public Information Committee on Tuesday, June 24th at noon at the Charter office.
Tuesday, June 24th at noon.
Joe, are you in agreement with that? Would you like me to call Mr. Fisher and tell him to
Yeah, who all is listed on that?
Dick
Said
has
he could
never,
make the nighttime meeting.
I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I would
Actually,
the Charter Production Committee has been 3 of us, Lisa and Dick.
And Mary?
Oh, no.
I
No,
just
we
come.
sat in.
Mary.
Jim and I just came.
I've come.
Frank has come as often
for
as he
a good
could.
share of them, just to try to keep up with where we were.
Mr. Fisher has said that he will only attend evening meetings. I will point out, however, at the beginning of the process, we scheduled 3 evening meetings at his convenience, which he did not attend. So take that under advisement and say.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it would seem to me that your Charter Production Committee, unless you really want to get down to the system, almost could be a committee of the whole, and people could be notified of meetings. However, to do it at, I would say definitely if we have the co-chairman at their particular, what's convenient for them, and the rest of us be there as we can. I would attempt to make everyone, if I could, and to assist in any way I could.
I think that would be by far the best way to do it.
Right, that's a good point. And not
Notify
reopen
everybody and say, damn it.
The guy isn't there, that's it, he's not there. He's one.
Well, the secretary is going to inform us of all the meetings, and so.
I think that's
of any meeting, and so we can.
Yeah,
Except
that-
Joe doesn't want to be there by himself,
Now,
you know.
there's one other thing, among this group, I know Evie's had some trouble at times reaching some of us, and we should give Evie or her replacement a place to call with that. She doesn't have to call a dozen different places to find somebody.
Who have you had trouble with?
I don't know if that's as much the problem as in giving the message to people, to secretaries, and then having someone come and say, I didn't get it, when I know I gave it to the secretary twice. You know,
Well, I think that's the
I think
individual's
if you're directed to
responsibility.
use
They're
the
not.
staff, and then the staff doesn't do what they're supposed to do, it really is not the fault of the Charter Commission.
Okay, if it's not that problem, we're fine.
No, I don't think it's been.
Are we planning a meeting for next Thursday, a week from
Well,
tomorrow night?
I'm under the impression that they're planning a charter
A
production
week
meeting for
tomorrow
tomorrow
night.
night.
I cannot be
Unless
at
Joe
a
says
meeting
no.
tomorrow night.
Because you look hesitant.
As of now, we're planning a meeting for tomorrow night. Whether there'll be one a week from tomorrow night, I wouldn't want to say at this point.
Tomorrow night, what's that, Thursday?
Mr. Chairman.
I'll miss that one.
Charter production meeting
Tomorrow
That's
night, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I really would object to us changing from a regular meeting time. I think we've established Thursdays, that we should continue on if necessary, set others. But I think if we get into
well, gee, if we have it or not, we're going to be right back to this horrible hassle of finding a night that accommodates people. So
Also, in the first blush of our new time schedule, which allows us a little more breathing space, don't let's fritter away the first couple of weeks.
You've got to go
and
every
find
day you
ourselves in
can.
the same crunch. Anyway,
Does
We've got to
someone
go
have
every single day we
a
can.
place to suggest? I think we're pretty well agreed that AMU is intolerable as the summer goes on because of the heat, and there may be
What's
another
wrong with
place at
the
AMU.
office? What's wrong with the office?
I don't think with the amount of people we have.
Let's go to the office. Let's use it.
That in the evening.
We've got good tables now. We've got
Yeah.
decent chairs. Let's use
I'd
it.
like to get it in the works so that we can publicize where the regular.
Let's just
meeting-
use
Well,
it.
the office is good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's just use it.
Some. For half a dozen.
I
Yeah.
feel uncomfortable
Half
here
of it.
because of the security of the building. frankly.
What?
Well,
should be responsible.
there's
This
three other
building.
floors where
Alright.
people could be doing things while we're in here doing our thing.
Let's set the next Charter Commission meeting. Production Committee tomorrow night at the office. A regular commission meeting on Thursday the following week at the commission office. And we've been attracting so many people, don't think the crowd is over there.
Well,
Did you have something, Joe?
if it comes to that, you have room for.
The chair would entertain a motion for adjournment.
So move.
It's too late. Speak
what
up,
did you
Jane.
have, dear
I
girl?
just have one question that somebody will please figure out what our last day is again in relation to our new schedule, so we know what our.
The first duty of the charter promotion.
Could we ask? Right.
Tomorrow, I will get out a letter with Eddie's help to the Borough Assembly stating that we have decided to
Hey, Fred,
ask
you wanna
them for August 12th date. Debbie?
Oh, sorry, Joe.
I'll make this more permanent later, but while you're all here and I can say it, I have really felt that the commission has done me far more good than I've done it. You don't know the doldrums you pulled me out of and the excitement you brought me to. I hope you all understand that if it weren't for the exceptional opportunity offered to me, I would never have thought of leaving. And
Oh, you just found somebody better. What the heck?
No,
We don't blame you.
I will, of course, watch your every move. Now that I'm moving to the other
for a
end,
couple of days.
I'm
You're
going
going to
to be
retain your residence
in and out,
Anchorage.
but I'll be gone. I don't know yet.
You'll be here tomorrow night?
I'll be here tomorrow night, and I'll be here Friday and Saturday. I may, in fact, have to work on Saturday.
Well, I
Try to
am
catch up.
continually amazed at your flexibility in meeting our schedule.
But I'll be
getting
gone.
stuff.
You can have one. That's all I have one.
At least 3 days, maybe 4. But I should be in town
Okay.
like Wednesday or Tuesday. But I voted. Oh, you weren't here? I'll check. As soon as I get back to town, I'll check with the secretary.
Get rolling. Don't want to hold Dick here any longer than necessary. I think you probably have met everybody, but again, this is Dick Berg and Bob Schrammick and Evie Walters, Jane Angby, Mary Froney, Jim Parsons, Joe Josephson, Arla Sturdowski, and Rick Garnett, and Sherry Holmes, and Lisa Parker.
Now you can sort around the room and.
I remembered every one of them.
That's just amazing, Frank. You've only been on the job for 4 months. Congratulations.
We did last night, Dick had some preliminary work done and asked if I come over and talk with him about some of the concepts. And I did, and we talked for a couple hours over there, 3 hours. Argued a little bit.
with some base figures, and he was going to complete or try to complete them this morning. And I'd like to turn the meeting over to Dick and have him express to you the things he expressed to me and the figures that he was able to come up with.
Just so they're clean, positive figures.
That'll
answer all our problems.
One of the problems was because the figures didn't appear as happily for unification as I thought they would. That to start out with, and we went over some of the ideas involved, and they've gone from there.
Okay, first, let me just hand to you, before I came up here, I put together a bibliography of material on consolidated city-county governments, which is a term used down south. And here's a list of, it looks like a dozen works. City-county consolidation, what's it all about? Drafting the charter and politics of adoption in 3 consolidated governments. Urban services in 3 consolidated governments. Finances, balancing services, and taxes in consolidated governments, etc. So, as one service to you, if we could provide that, that's yours. You can have as many copies as you want. You may want to seek out some of those materials. First thing we have tried to do is determine, based on our understanding here of what you identified mostly in your charter and your plans, what would be the effect on the individual tax levy of people who live in and outside the city. Now, the people that live in the city are a part of the borough and not vice versa. If you live out in the borough, you're not necessarily a part of the city. Now, just one minor point that we'll mention in terms of indebtedness that you would have to incur. The borough is in debt about $170 million. So everybody that lives in both the city and outside then is obligated under general obligation bonds for $170 million. About $130 million of that is school bonds. The people in the city are indebted approximately $60 million of general obligations. So if you merged and they assume the obligations of each, there are some cases where the people in the city or the city will not incur any general obligation of the borough, but the borough people may assume some obligation of the city. Now, for those special service district bonds, according to your charter, that would not apply, and I don't know exactly what that amount is. I understand that's a contingent liability, only based on the assumption that the existing revenue sources for interest and principal fail. Then the people in the borough would assume some obligation they do not now have, which is unique to the city. So that's a minor, but a consideration you should be aware of if it comes up. And I checked that out with Mr. Thurlow, is it this morning? Gary Thurlow. So there's a remote possibility of a contingent liability relative to the borough people living outside the city having to incur some indebtedness for
it's in relation to
bonds.
It's the general obligation bond.
Yeah,
the city's general obligation bond.
Yeah, the city's issued general obligation bonds that are not unique to a service area, and if they fail,
And if you live out in the borough, you have to assume the obligation.
We were considering the city as a service area
Along with the city. It would
in
be.
the course of the unification. So why doesn't that make those unique to that service area the same as the others are unique to the other? Did Gary Thurlow explain that?
Oh, I didn't ask him that question. If the term, if you, that would take care of that problem, then if you call that a service area.
It's considered a service area.
Okay, then.
And the unification is considered a service area.
Okay.
And it says so in the charter. So why would this be so if this is true?
Those service areas, that 7.9 that we started out with, that part of that is a service area charge, and it's not a general government charge.
Okay, then if the city is a service area, and you thereby exclude those, then there would be no circumstances where anybody would assume anybody else's general obligations that they didn't vote on and already have at the time.
I believe that's what would take place, but did you specifically ask him in that relation? We should have him. We should have him.
I wasn't aware that the city was the service area.
Well, it isn't now.
But it would be specified,
But when we say all assets and liabilities of former governments will be spread area-wide, doesn't that cut differently than what we're talking about?
No, except
well, there's those three issues: sewers, water, and
water distribution, and streets.
We have not, though, said anywhere in the charter specifically that the city will be like a service, will be a service area in the new government, because that politically is not that wide. But we may need to say it
That's
specifically.
right, because if you don't, then what I described could occur.
Well, in any case, as I see it, the general obligation bond of this area to the bondholder is an obligation of the total area. And now, presently, the general obligation bond of the service area known as the city now is only an obligation of that area. Assumption of that would only take place if it were not for sewer, water, or streets.
Yes, but
If we speak of it, if we state it in the same otherwise, we could take care of
We
that.
state it very plainly. Sewer, water, and streets shall remain the tax obligation of the area which incurred the debt.
But that's not general obligation.
Are these GO bonds through water and street? Well, there are probably something else too. That portion of the 60 million that is not sewer, water, and street.
Such as
without that, such as parks, without the specification you're talking about, could conceivably be forced on the borough people.
There's very little GO for water at this point, according to Bob Sharp, and there is still some outstanding GO on the city water system, and of course on the borough's new sectors.
Well, it's a remote possibility. I just bring it up for your information because
So as long as we know where it is, that's what we're looking for.
Point of clarification for me. The way we've stated it now, it seems to me we are saying we would spread those.
I think we are.
I think
for
we made
parks and so on. Now,
What else is included in
well, historical and fine arts, port, the port. Well, those are revenue.
Merrifield?
Merrifield, I think, has some geo.
We should
I don't know.
We should know where these GO are, because some of them, there would be absolutely no problem with the folks outside accepting them as being part of their responsibility.
Now,
And some of the others we might.
Conversely, aren't we saying in there that the borough service area 30 for parks, which is apart from everything, what are we saying now? We're saying that's going to be spread.
The borough's land bank, whatever it might be, I think would be spread as a borough asset.
All right, so, you know, I think we have to
We have to look both ways.
well, we have to determine what we intend to do, and I don't think we were clear on it.
The only difference there is that in the Service Area 30 bonds, they were voted on by the city residents despite full faith and credit of the entire borough in case it fails. But the converse is not true. The city did not.
Well, this is true in any borough law.
Right.
Has been voted on.
Because we're part of the borough.
So I really,
What Dick said, you vote 2 halves.
so it seems to me what we need before we make that decision is to really to have all of the facts and what those bonds are and what the impact is going to be, isn't it?
Okay, let's see. This port, Bob said there's substantial GO. Merrill Field, very little, and it's all covered by user charges, as I understand it. And Parks and Rec, I don't think there is any GO, at least in the city's Parks and Recs.
There's not.
That GO, I don't know, this is my...
Oh, Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec would have a lot of...
Would be GO. We wouldn't have any other kind. No.
Maybe.
Outstanding GO in the city's Parks and Rec.
So when there was a 1231 system.
Okay.
Maybe we're breaking down when we shouldn't be getting into that, to be aware that we've got a problem to solve.
Yeah, we'll bring that up. I've got several others to mention here, and then we'll get into some figures.
Okay, so the contingency would be then if there's a default on the city GO. Okay.
Probably very remote, but...
Yeah. And it may come up, and you should have an answer for it. And it worked out.
And this was in your assumption then, that that the city would retain its payment of GO bonds exclusively. If that contingency would only occur, is that correct? Or if it were spread?
The borough people could get, in quotes, stuck assuming the city's obligation, not vice versa. Because the city is already a part of the borough.
Including Service Area 30.
Well,
No.
but was your statement that it's contingent that the area outside may have an additional responsibility if the city defaults?
Yes.
Right.
But then...
But does the city have the first payment? That's the problem.
Well, that makes the assumption then that the city would continue to be responsible for its GO bonds, right? Is that implicit?
Yes, but
Okay.
I'm saying if they fail, let's say everybody moves out of the city and refuses to pay their tax,
and joins the South 40.
and the governments are merged, the borough picks up some bonds that are currently, some obligations that are currently unique to the city. That's really a pretty remote possibility, but it is an issue that might come up, and I think you should be aware of. Let me just raise several other questions here. And we don't know whether you've dealt with these or not. Are the wage scales comparable? Has this been looked at? Do we have a comparable set of job classifications?
They aren't
Is there a big problem of merging them together?
Yes, there is a big problem.
There has been, I understand, some study done over the years to see the comparable wage scale for city and borough and state.
You'll have to ultimately get a common set of job classifications, or a clerk typist, for example, will make the same.
And 960 here and 1060 there or something else.
Well, they could be different places on the scale, but they'll have to be a common scale, and then somebody's been there based on seniority and these kinds of things. All that'll have to be shuffled together. Are the retirement plans comparable?
No.
For example, if one of the agencies has a major vested funded retirement program for all or some portion of their employees, and the other does not, then somebody is going to be a net gainer or a loser, possibly to a considerable extent.
There is a problem. The state, we're both in the state retirement system, but the state retirement system let them go in without paying their back thing, and they made us pay all of the back thing for our employees. So there is a problem on that score.
Why is there a problem?
Because it would cause the borough-wide to pay for these back pensions in the state fund, whereas they allowed the city to take out about $2 million to help out on their indebtedness and not pay in for their back pensioning when they went into the state plan.
So that means that they're unequal, or that
They are unequal. It will cause the borough to take over pensioning costs for city employees, the way that the state board allowed the city to do it. We paid up all of our back employees' pensions, and they didn't make the city pay up all of theirs when they took them into the state
You say
plan.
there's like a $2 million debt there?
It's somewhere between $2 and $4 million that it'll amount to for taking on area-wide. I'm pretty sure. I think you spotted one of the problems, because I did hear about it when our folks were put out, because they didn't make the city go in under the same rules that they made the borough go in.
Well, the point of it is, though, does that mean that the...
It will cause the borough to have to pick up that.
Well,
The new government.
The new government.
I don't know
the new one,
whether
probably.
that's a correct assumption or not. I don't think we know that.
I think this should be looked into, because it probably will mean that the new government will.
Now, we don't know at all. We're just saying that's one of the
It's one of the
things
things to be
that
looked at.
ought to be
Looked at.
is
You're
going
right.
to have to be resolved and could impact significantly in both the, say, the taxpayer obligations and the benefits that an employee would receive, because if an employee is approaching retirement under one plan and then there is a merger and he gets a dramatic increase or decrease, obviously that, that has to have some consideration, especially
I think the retirement is, under the state, retirement is about the same. It's whether it's funded or not, I believe, is the problem.
Well, here again, I don't know at all. I just say that's got to be something that's very important to you. Okay, next point is, what are the city property values? For example, the city holds large amounts of real property, some vacant lots, some developed lots, so forth. Now, by property, I don't mean the road graders and the desks and chairs and the paraphernalia of government. I mean pieces of ground. And they recently sold one, for example, of over $2 million. They own some property in downtown Anchorage, which is extremely valuable, and would in all probability be sold or leased over a future period. We're talking about 5 or 10 years. One, we haven't checked yet. I assume they have at least a planning value figure in their property section of the city. But that is going to be an issue that if we merge the governments, the people in the borough theoretically pick up a per capita or per assessed valuation share of a whole lot of property, which then if it's sold tomorrow prior to the merger, the money goes to the city, exclusive of the out-of-city borough people. If we merge and it's sold the next day, and if I'm an out-of-city borough resident, I get, in terms of my government, gets access to that money. Now, the city people have pointed out that that is considerable. What considerable means, I don't know if that's $5 million or $500 million, but it's again an issue that apparently has been raised and should be determined.
And what about
the Girdwoods raised the same issue?
We asked the borough, and the feeling there was that they don't have an equivalent amount or significant. Now, when we say property, we're not talking about streets and roads and that kind of thing. That you kind of have to figure is a push. They're real estate type lots, apparently alone.
That puzzles me though, because the borough has let land rights under
10% under state.
under the state.
Yes, but you see, the city already has their share of that. Their rights to their share of that.
And it shows what properties the borough owns.
Here again,
I don't have any idea what the magnitude of this is. I'm just suggesting it is something that should be sorted out because it was brought up to us by the city people as being significant. Now, maybe we have to say the question, how much borough is it they own too? And the reaction was no, or not in the same sense.
They own too, but then the city already owns their share of that. You see, they're part of the borough, so they have their share of that. So there is not the amount of land outside that does not belong to the city, though there is some in the relation to parks.
Maybe we could trade off between whatever value the land of the city is versus their $60 million worth of debt for GO bonds. So
Well,
the new government will absorb the $40 million worth of land that the city owns, and then we will charge you for the $60 million that you owe in GO bonds.
Well, the one thing we didn't talk about on those, the borough indebtedness was $170 million, $130 million was school bonds, and is the $40 million difference there strictly service area obligations?
Well, there's general obligation bonds, and some of our service areas and some aren't. I haven't really looked at it.
But they're ones that the city is not, they're not for area-wise there.
They're area-wide.
there's about 20 out of that that's sewer, I think, Darlis, and I think the rest of it is service area in relation to service area 30 or service area in relation to roads drainage. There's a little fire and there's a little emergency medical.
What's the impact of the city owning that property on the taxpayer inside the city?
Well, right now, I assume it's like parkland. It doesn't generate taxes. If they sell it to me, and I'm a developer, and I build a commercial enterprise on it, then it goes on the tax rolls.
Is it being used as collateral, for example, or something like that? Or is it just sitting there gaining in value?
I think it's probably simply a right of title. I don't think it appears in the balance sheet anyplace. It's a dollar amount.
The money is received from the sale, is it worded?
Goes into the general fund.
So anyhow, that's an issue.
And then it goes also on the tax roll. So if I'm in the city before the merger, I sell it to someone, and that person develops it, I and the city get the benefit of the taxes, in addition to the sales price. So after the merger, we sell it for $1. I share the $1 with the out-of-city borough people, which I didn't previously, and I now share the tax revenue with the out-of-city borough people. And it's already been brought up that this has had some attention, and apparently some people will claim this is a giveaway from the city of the borough, out-of-city borough people.
You've done other consolidations of this type and trying to figure out the financing with other areas in the education area?
No.
No. Is there a lot of problems with trying to bring these finances and assets and liabilities together to where there won't be so much conflict between city, borough, and...
Yes, there's if you read, for instance, all of those reports, I gave you about 15 of them from other places where this had happened, or they're talking about 3 major ones, really. There's a tremendous amount of problems. There's another one that we have to deal with here, too. The next one that I would get into is the problem with utilities.
Well, going to Lisa's question, can you help me see this in the scale of importance? You talked about the $60 million asset being spread, or the benefit to the city taxpayer. Property is sold prior to merger taking place. What does this amount to? We're never going to get to absolute equity
That's
in
right.
terms of nickels and dimes.
Can you help me there understand what this means to me as I'm a city resident? Let's start with that. What does it mean to me?
Okay, we have some figures about that, where that gets involved into how we can work with you further. Right now, all we've done is raise the issue. We don't have a dollar on it. Now, there's two ways to go about this. We'll say, if you want to resolve these things and turn them into dollars, I think you have to, at least the major ones. You can have us do it for you, and it'll cost you more money than you need to or ought to pay. The better way to do it would be to have us work with you in terms of the issues, defining the problems, pulling it together, and if we can enlist the cost or the assistance of the city and borough staff to dig out these problems, you can do it for about 1/10 of the cost and frankly about half the time. Because while we'll claim to be the smartest guys in the world, there's no way we can know as much as fast about all the content of the city and the borough's expenditure classifications and so forth as those people do. So our suggestion, when we get through with all of this, if these are valid issues, and that's what we tried to do to raise some significant points to you, is we can put these things in a context of the answers you need for your own deliberations and to communicate with the public. And then if we can work with, and I think as a commission, Frank can probably get the commitment of the city and the borough people to generate much of the information, we'll in effect be your independent representative, evaluator, because there's going to be possibly some issues when they are in conflict. And what we're in position to do is come in and tell you, hopefully, who's trying to do what and what they're...
Joe's trying to read in, or Mary is.
But for us to solve all of these problems, really define it, it would take us a long period of time, an extensive amount of effort, and we'd have to charge you a incredible amount of money. So we don't have us do that for you, we're suggesting, I think. Jane?
Yeah, my feeling is that for information purposes, we need to know what the dollar figures of all these things are. But the tone of the questions you've raised sound like, to me, if the city were to liquidate all their assets today, they'd have this pile of money. And if the borough were to liquidate all their assets today, they'd have this pile of money. And we'd see which pile was bigger, subtracting the debt of the two municipalities. And I just don't, I don't see either municipality pursuing that course, but you could certainly use that as a tool in trying to assess what they're worth. But in the public interest, what we're talking about is, I can understand why when we talk about it, we have to use the terms city and borough and chunks of money. But what we're talking about is what is to the overall community, and maybe my concern, I guess, is that it sounds real divisive. Like these guys are sitting over here and these guys are sitting over here and guarding the marbles. And maybe that's the reality. I mean, I obviously that's going to be one of the biggest issues in the campaign.
Well, part of the addition to that is that I belong to the city, but I also belong to the borough, so that I have an interest in both and a stake in both.
I think basically our problem is not whether we want to do this, it's whether we can present it in a manner that will satisfy the questions that are going to be presented. And those questions, this is what I think is trying to present to us, the questions that will probably be presented and for which we ought to have an answer, whether it changes what happens or not.
Well, also, I think the best we can do relative to your discussion of the powers that who's been a net gainer and net loser is to identify some major, fairly discrete areas. To do this across the board is, as a practical matter, almost impossible. When we start talking about utilities, we're going to have to raise a whole different set of issues.
What I was getting to was that if
proponent of unification says that the city taxpayers lose because $60 million of equity or ownership interest will be spread among others, which was part of your point, right? That sounds like a formidable problem, but it may turn out that in terms of what it would affect me as 100,000 of an interest, it may cost me $1 a year. You know, I don't know, but I think we have to. That's the kind of information I'm trying to.
We've got some of that here. Let's go on. Okay. Another thing that I think you and I don't know and understand, this was attempted before, and it maybe is a hornet's nest bigger than you want to take on, but what are the potential savings of the merger in terms of a cut in operations? For instance, you've got 2 mayors and 2 city councils in effect, and they have staff, secretaries, and so forth. You'll have 1. Okay, you can go down the parallel list of activities then, and I think it's fair to say through the first year, or certainly the first 3 to 6 months, the cost will, if anything, go up, not necessarily in dollar outlays, but in working late and working over the weekend, because you're merging 2 different data processing systems, accounting systems, budgeting systems, and so forth, and there's a whole lot of sorting out little details there. However, if there's 10 people on one side and 10 on the other, you may need to combine 15. Somebody may want to go through, and we understand someone attempted to do this before and got into pretty difficult discussions, but you may want to estimate the potential savings that you could make by merging the 2 people. I go back to my comments the other day. That depends on what management policies that you undertake, and the only way to save money in government, because it's a service industry, is people's jobs. And they tend to get a little sensitive about that. So
we have one advantage in that both municipalities have very fast turnover rates, so that we could just not hire.
yeah, one of the points made in these articles that I gave you is you don't save money necessarily in terms of you immediately stop writing a lot of checks, but you reduce the growth rate.
Right.
And it might well be if you get, for instance, there are 10 payroll clerks in each. After you get the initial mash sorted together, the attrition, as 2 of them resign, in the normal course of time, you just don't replace them. Now, at the same time, inflation will be occurring, we will assume, so that at the end of the year, the combined budget might look the same, but now we got 18 people instead of 20. That kind of thing. Now, I don't know whether you want to tackle that. And that's a big, difficult project to do in any detail. And you've got little time, but that's just something we bring up to you. You might.
I think that probably our best bet on that score is to just yell loudly that both the city and the borough have high attrition rates, and get those attrition rates over the past year, and speak up that where the savings in personnel is going to come is through the attrition.
Well, then there's also the subjective matter of increased efficiency of government. There's certain things that happen now. You have to go to both agencies, I gather. There are 2 councils that must be consulted, for example, 2 elected bodies. Theoretically, and probably as a practical matter, that will improve over time. So let's say a year, 2 years after the merger, given any success at all, your government should be more effective in the total area in terms of its operational considerations. Okay, let's talk about merging here.
That's a word we don't like.
Right. What word do you like? Consolidation? Mass mix-up? Homogenization?
Don't dare say that.
Homogenization. Okay, we started out taking. Well, let's talk about the functions that we think
should be merged. For the city, you go through the city budget, you get these following functions: the mayor, council, city manager, city clerk, city attorney, administrative services, public works, building maintenance, utility customer service, that's the billing and so forth for the utilities, and that goes area-wide, civil defense, building inspection. Now, it is our assumption, with very little question, that if a merger takes place, all of those would go into the common government. Now, there are several others which may or may not. Library, Parks and Recreation, Museum, Merrill Field.
Why didn't you put the board in?
Because that is a service area, probably. Although, here again, that's the question. That's the kind of question we're getting at. Now, let's go over to the borough. Planning and zoning, and some of these are the same function with slightly different names. Sometimes they have combination departments. The borough, these are all area-wide anyway. Planning and zoning, health services, animal control, environmental quality, taxing and assessing, emergency medical services, public transportation, assembly and clerk, mayor, administration, finance, legal, and public works.
Okay, now public works is very wide.
No, but it's one of those things that
Suggesting
merge.
they both have a public works department, so we're suggesting in the new government that'll pick up public works. Now, things like fire and police are service areas and will not merge. The argument...
We visualize that they would
What about
on the fire, but probably the police wouldn't, because we've said that they would not take it on except as the areas wanted. But you see, we already have fire, I guess, area-wide, though they're in two separate,
Not area-wide.
right at it.
You don't have fire area-wide, really.
It's almost.
Well, that may be the difference, though. For instance, does Chugiak have fire?
Yes, Chugach has fire, and so does Eagle River. But it's separate from the fire service area that's out in most of Service Area 30.
And separate levels of service now. You know, if the level of service in the urban area is very much greater than the level of service in Eagle River or in Hillside.
Okay, let's talk about a couple other areas then, and I'll go through this, and I have to put off questions. We'll come back to it. But library, park and rec, museum, and Merrill Field. Probably museum is as good a place to start as any. Right now, the city runs the museum, supports it solely. The people from the borough outside the city can go to the museum. So they're getting free museum service that they're not supporting. Looking at their selfish interests, if I'm living in the borough, I'm going to say I don't want to merge it because I have free access to it anyway, and you're just going to add to my tax burden. If I'm looking at it from my selfish interest in the city, I'm going to say those people out in the borough ought to start helping me support the service that we have. If I'm in the borough only, outside the city, I may vote for it because I think it's inadequate. I want a higher level of service, and by getting the borough behind it, it'll be a bigger, better museum. So those to us are some of the issues that might come up. It was suggested that out of my love for fellow man, we should merge all of those together. I don't know how far my love for my fellow man goes in terms of the mill levy, but
What is the implication in mill levy in relation to the museum?
We didn't calculate it for the museum, but let us show you some figures now. The cost of those services we listed, including the library, park, rec, museum, and Merrill Field, for the city, based on an assessed valuation of $969 million, is $5.54. And the cost is $5,363,000. The borough, for the suggested merged services, against an assessed valuation which includes the city of $1,923,000,000,
is $2.67. And that generates revenue $5,134,000. So that if we merge all those services, we are going to, assuming the day after the merger or the period immediate after, there's going to be no gain or reduction in costs. There's going to be the same people working there in those combined departments. We would have to generate the sum of the two, or $10,497,000, against the combined assessed valuation of $1,923,000,000. We'd have a tax rate of $5.46. If you live in the city, you're paying $5.54 for those services. If you're in the borough, you're paying $2.67 for those services. And your new tax rate is going to go from $5.54 in the city to $5.46, which is a reduction of 8 cents per hundred. If you live in the borough, it'll go from $2.67 to $2.70, or $2.67 to $5.46, or increase $2.79.
Wait, I have one question. On all the services that you indicated will be merged within the borough, the residents who are living inside the city are already paid for those.
Right. So the effect of the tax is only on those in the borough outside the city.
But you're comparing apples to oranges.
No, the people
I'm
in
not
the city.
sure that he's got the proper comparison. Go through your lists again, please.
Okay, now, one thing that I think we need to point out here now, because I think he's got some errors written in.
That's what we think we're hearing.
Okay. Presently, the city does have a mill rate for all the things you're listed. In addition to that, we also pay a portion of the area-wide services.
Right.
So the city resident, in effect, does not pay $5.54 if your figures are correct. It's $5.54 plus $2.67.
Right.
Now, Public Works is one, and we have to go through these one by one, that is presently paid only by those outside of the city. We do not, that is not, as I understood it, in this 267.
No,
because we are already, as a city resident, paying for the Public Works Department.
We're paying for our separate.
We have it, right, so it's not
The only
included in
part that is included that the city is helping pay for is the very top administration of the public works that are involved in planning matters. The major portion of the public works of the borough is paid for outside, and the city is paying for their own. Now, that's the reason we want you to go through your list again, because we think you haven't divided them out according to where they're being paid for.
Pretty good, though.
Now, the Parks and Rec within the city can be paid, can be compared to the Parks and Rec within Service Area 30. But we don't have Parks and Rec anywhere else, so it would be only the evaluation in Service Area 30 plus the evaluation in the city if they were merged.
Yeah. There's a missing factor here. For instance,
And that's different evaluations.
You've listed your finance here. Now that's assuming that it is directly charged, the whole finance operation, to all of the borough residents, and then we in turn are, as city residents, completely paying for...
You aren't.
Well, Mary, I'm saying what the assumption is here. And then we, in addition, as city residents, are paying for all of the finance, and I don't think that's true.
That isn't true.
I think we also have a situation would be the same with the legal.
Okay, now, let's say in the borough there is a finance department. Are the city people paying for that finance department?
Yes.
I'm sure that
Only
we are
for
paying a portion of it.
They're
but
not paying for all of it.
May I
Everyone
interpose here?
in the borough pays
Dick?
No.
for that.
You're
Dick?
mistaken, Jane.
The 267, did you check with Norm Levesque what, or the 275 or whatever it is, the charges the city portion of the GAB overhead to? Now, did you check what items went into that 275 borough tax to the city residents? Because when you are comparing the city general overhead, you should be comparing the same things, what that 275 is and whatever that equivalent in the city. Does it include public works?
Okay, we took these figures to get this list. Did we, or do we know the answer to this question, whether that 267 funds all of this or not?
The 267 would fund only that portion which would not be charged out, if you will, to another service area. A good example would be probably your finance work.
This is true with administration, too.
Our administration and our finance is charged out to service areas as well as to area-wide. And all you should be comparing is the area-wide should be pulled out, you see, because they're helping on the area-wide, but they're not helping on the other.
Now that's discreetly identified in the...
I'm talking about your 554 now. Then don't we need a comparable figure for additional charges to service districts in order to add to the rates that everybody pays for?
That's right.
Okay, and I don't see that here. The city is presently, according to your figures, paying $554 for everything on the list with the exception of library, park, and rec museum.
No, that includes it here.
Oh, it includes
Yeah.
it. Oh, I see.
So this is one of the questions we're bringing to you is, as a policy, do you want to go with library, parks, recs, museum, and Merrill Field in the merger? Because if you don't, then this 56363 comes down to $4.5 million or whatever, somewhat less than that. This 554.
Are they paying out in costs each year, $5 million and something?
Yes, we're saying the
All right.
people.
You said that the revenues from the Merrill Field were covering its costs.
They're recovering pretty much the bonds, your major things.
All right. Are these bonds in addition to what the revenues from Merrill Field are taking care of? What we're trying to find out is where the problems are. Now, if the Merrill Field is no problem because it's covering its own costs, then we can eliminate it. If it is a problem because it's not covering its own costs,
What's the figure on that?
so that we have an area-wide cost to spread.
At 12/31/74 now, Merrill Field leases generated revenues of $117,000. Expenses, the actual maintenance type expenses for regular everyday expenses were 111. That would not include any debt service related to the course. It would just be the maintenance.
Mowing the grass between the runway?
Yeah.
Converted
Okay,
what
okay.
to revenue?
All right.
Well, it was $6,000, wasn't it?
Yeah, with $6,000 in excess over cost.
So it's very minor. Probably what they do is figure their costs and then set up a system of charges to break even with a little margin and try and manage it through the year. So those
Are the city as a whole carrying the bonded indebtedness? This is what I'm trying to get to.
Yes.
Of Merrill Field. Are they paying that on their taxes? Is Merrill Field not
Well,
taking
that's
care of the
another issue.
bonded indebtedness?
That's another issue we haven't got to. Well, we got that coming up.
But it actually, I would assume that it is taking care of its own bonded indebtedness, although it's a general obligation issue. Okay?
Did you say that we're about 5 million for expenses in the city and about 5 million for expenses in the borough? Right? I'm sure that. And within the city, people are saying $5.46 to support that 5 million, and outside the city.
No, they're paying $5.54 to support that.
$5.54. Okay, great.
Yeah.
And outside, the same $5 million worth of services is costing only $267. But that doesn't make any sense because the number's not. I mean, my problem is the population is evenly distributed.
It's the assessed
Not
valuation.
population, it's the assessed valuation. The assessed valuation of the borough, which includes the city, is double. So the rate is approximately half, but it goes against double the assessed valuation.
I think we need to be very careful. We're not comparing the same thing. We're not.
The assessed valuation of the borough is what again? You said it was $969, and it's what?
The borough is $1,923,000,000, which includes
The city?
Yeah.
Okay,
He's not comparing the right thing.
Well, it's like.
Could you see the problem we're having?
Well, I'm suggesting the explanation is you're spending twice the rate against
You're
half.
wrong.
Absolutely not.
You're wrong.
Look, if it seems to me we could compare these. If we would take out of this 554 figure the library, the Parks and Rec, the museum, and the Merrill Field for beginners. If we would take out of the borough list, and I think it's just there, the public works figure.
The public works in the city too.
No, you leave that in for the city. Take whatever this adjusted 554 is, plus whatever the area-wide cost is. That will give you then the city cost for supplying all of these figures.
Yes, that would be this figure plus
Well,
this
only
figure.
it wouldn't be that because you're going to knock out some
The
things.
figure that would
Those two figures.
fill in
Okay,
most
that'll
blanks,
give you
yeah.
the figure for the city that is
Right.
providing planning and zoning plus all of these other operating costs. Then to go to the borough, to take all of these figures, to go by service area basis, to take the amount of additional administration, assembly, public works, finance, legal, and so on that they are charged with. And that 267 figure plus whatever that is then going to allow you to compare the city and the borough rates. Mary, do you agree?
You're getting near it, Arliss, but you're still off because that the public works in the borough is only charged to those service areas that have it.
Mary, that's what I was saying.
And
You take
that
those
is the
costs.
assessed valuation of those areas, plus the city, because you're not spreading that service again. It's like Parks and Rec. It's not over the entire borough, and you're proposing to put it over the entire borough, and the charter has not said it would.
No, didn't we take the figures after the allocation of charge-off?
All right, yes, you have.
They are after it.
Good.
Back to the service area 30 from.
All right, but now wait a minute. But the city,
Mary, could
is a
you
service
respond to what I said to find out whether or not I'm seeing something differently than they are? Because I don't think we're comparing the same things. Did you follow what I said? Was I incorrect?
Well, I think you have to understand we have already taken the figures after the charge-out to the service areas.
have you charged out to the city service area so that you've only got the part that's left for the overall administration
Yes.
as a service area?
Yes.
For public works?
But everybody lives in a service area, so everybody in a service area has to pay an area-wide cost plus certain costs from their service area. So what we need to know, doesn't everybody live in a service area?
Everybody lives in 3 different service areas.
Well,
There's
that's
so many different, they all overlap.
So in order for a resident of the borough outside of the city to know what his cost is going to be, we're going to have to add on to this 267, are we not?
So that'll be picked up in the rest of his tax rate. In other words, he's paying right now the lowest tax rate last year was $14.95 in Chugiak. The highest is $20.30 here in town. So we're only picking a portion of that $15 to $20 and analyzing it.
Administrative services. All right, now wait a minute. Tell me what you have called public works in the city. You see, your public works in the city has been taking care of a service area, the city. The public works in the borough has been taking care of a service area 35 in the borough.
Probably.
All right, now you're putting the city service area and you're just taking the overhead of the borough and adding to it. You haven't taken the service area 35 and added to it. Is what I'm seeing.
I don't know what service area 35 is.
That's the public works in the borough. And you haven't added in the service area in the borough, but you've added in the service area of the city to the public works.
No. What is service area 35%?
That's the work the public works does in the borough, is the service area 35.
Okay, what is the figure we included in this 5134 then from the borough for public works?
That's what I'm trying to find out. You just got the overhead as far as I can figure. The area-wide figure, and you haven't taken the service area 35 figure and put it in there as well, I don't think.
Well, it's chargeable to the service area.
All right, but if you're going to combine the city service area for public works and the borough service area for public works, then you've got to get the borough area for public works in there.
That's correct.
Let's hold it one moment. Lisa's been pounding the table. Let's ask Lisa what she wants to find out.
With the service areas, they all overlap, and I might be in the public works service area, and I might be in the fire service area, and I might be in the police service area, and parks and everything else, but my boundaries aren't all the same.
Right.
So, kind of what we probably would want would be, okay, I live in Moulton, what do I pay?
That's what.
But this is, like the way I see this about 550 is, that's pretty much what everybody will have to pay. It's not exact, but it's an estimation of what overall people would be paying.
That's right, for these services, which are a portion of your total tax bill. Now,
if
the
you want
question...
to break it down, you would be going into the whole operation of the finance departments as they now operate.
But the charter, proposed charter says the service areas will remain the same. So it's only these functions, and that's why we listed them to get agreement, hopefully get agreement, or at least to try and have something to try and resolve the issue as to whether these are in fact the merged functions, and the impact then on people will only be the impact of these merged functions. She has already suggested that, the group may or may not agree with it, that a library, park and rec, museum, and Merrill Field should be excluded from the merger. Now, I don't know whether, for instance, Merrill Field, we found only $6,000.
But we do have, for instance, a charge that you do not reflect for the non-area-wide library service. We also have a Parks and Rec charge that, is for the area outside the city. If you're going to compare these, we would have to include the same thing. And I'm saying additionally that there are other charges for administrative, for finance, for legal, for public works that go to the service area that would add to this figure so that we will, in fact, have a comparable figure.
In other words, you cannot compare one figure. It's what we're trying to tell you. It's impossible to compare one figure. You've got to compare Parks and Rec in Service Area 30 with Parks and Rec in the city, and what the thing will be when it's a combined Parks and Rec between Service Area 30 and the city. Not a combined Parks and Rec for the area-wide, because it isn't area-wide.
No,
but then how do we come up with a general cost?
You cannot get a one figure. You're going to be able to compare several figures, but you can't get one figure, and he's trying to get one figure, which is impossible.
Jane, you have some questions.
Yeah. Well, one thing I don't know that I was necessarily saying as far as the merger was concerned throughout Merrill Field and museum. What I heard him saying was, for comparative purposes, we don't use that because we don't have anything like those things out there. The other point is that what I heard Mary say was, and I'm still not clear on how you came about with the borough numbers, it sounded to me like you had taken the cost of the management of those functions and not the actual dollar value of delivering the service. Whereas in the city you have not only the management but also the delivery of that service.
Well, if I understand this, correct me if I'm wrong, the figure in both cases are what you call the management costs and not the cost of delivery of services. The figures we have are after the charge-outs have taken place. It's my understanding
figure, if may I interpose here now, you had a total figure, for instance, of a city of 9 million something, of which 7 million was charged out to individual services, and you have a leftover figure of 2,611,000, which you're using.
Yes.
As your figure for against a $969 million tax base. That's what it costs the city to operate. Now, I didn't see how, quite in my own mind, how that 2,611,000
2661
or 2661 got to be 5 something.
Well, we have it.
But you're adding the 267 from outside charge. That's right.
No, wait.
No.
All I can say is I used to think the city was a very efficient operation, but it looks like the borough's doing a lot better.
Let me try and explain to you what we did. And you're, correct me if I mistake this. We listed the functions that we assumed would be a part of the merged government. We took the net or administrative cost after the charge-outs in both cases.
After the chart-outs were made to the service areas.
That's right.
What service areas?
Wait a minute, let me finish. We are assuming that the charter says that the charges to the service areas will remain, it will continue after the merger takes place. So the figures we have are the figures that will remain, or the charges that will remain and that you must continue to support in the merged government and will not be charged out to any service areas.
I guess we're going to have both Norm and Bob along with you folks, because I still think we're comparing apples and oranges, and I don't think Arliss and I have got you straight. And
Sherry?
Well, I'm about 65 steps below everyone else here, and so I'm going to have to start back at the very beginning trying to understand all of this, so if you'll bear with me. When you have the 969 million assessed valuation for the city, that's your tax base on which you are going to come up with 5 million that you need to operate these administrative functions. In the borough, you've assumed a tax base of $1,923 million. Now, it seems to me, and maybe I'm naive about this, but it seems to me that you're therefore assuming that the comparable administrative functions of the borough are being supported by all the residents of the borough, not just the residents of the borough outside the city.
That's right.
And they are.
That's right.
The administrative functions for borough public works,
They are.
for instance, are being supported by everybody's tax base.
They are.
Yeah, because we're all
But
in the borough.
the part of the
Just a minute,
administrative
Mary. I'm
Yeah, that's right. If you live in the city, in your 267, you're paying the administrative costs of the borough public works. You're also paying for the public works unique to the city. That's part of the 554 we've done.
Okay, then for your comparison, wouldn't you have to change your tax base, your assessed valuation that you're working from, if you want to compare costs outside of the city to costs inside the city? Wouldn't you have to change your assessed valuation from including all of it to just what's out there?
That's not the problem that I've solved, though. If I wanted to compare, yes, I would. But what I tried to come up with was the figure
the impact on the taxpayer inside and outside the city.
So then what I hear you saying is that at the present time, somebody who's living inside the city is paying close to $8 for the administration of his government, while the person who's living outside the city is only paying $2.50.
That's right. And after the merger, then, and this is what I...
Just for the...
Explain the 8 again.
Our mill rates reflect
$5.50 and $2.67.
That's right.
Is so that the person inside the city is paying almost $8 for just the administration of this government, while the person who's living outside the city is only paying $2.67 for the administration.
I still
That's right. Now, let me just go back to carry this one through. After the merger, which is, I think, the problem you want to solve, and you share that city cost with the borough people, then the combined rate is 546. The city rate goes down and the borough rate goes up.
Wow, but I mean, that's a lot.
Wait a minute. You're assuming we're going to keep 2 public works heads. Now, the only administrative
That's a
cost...
whole other issue now.
All right, wait a minute. Yes, it is. It's part of this issue. And the administrative costs is where we're due to reap the benefits of merger.
Part of it, yeah.
The main ones. Because we got to have about as many Indians to clean the streets and do the others we've always had.
Yeah, but we got to
It
have
takes
more
about...
administrators to figure this out.
No, you're right. That's going to be...
No.
That's where the benefit...
That's where the main benefit is. Now, and this assumption that you're making assumes that we still keep 2 assemblies. It assumes that we still keep 2 mayors. It assumes that we still keep 2 directors of public works. It assumes that we still keep all of this, which is the one place we have said that we are not going to assume that we do.
That's why we told you, as problems are going to have to be dealt with, these things assume an approximate continuation of the same number of people.
All right. Now, the first year, you may well be right.
Yeah, in fact, there'll be extra costs in the next year.
Yes. All right.
So that's another issue, but the first thing we wanted to demonstrate is what is the tax impact if we merge.
Mr. Chairman,
Arlen?
I'm sorry, but I still have problems getting to this tax impact if we merge. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
I've got the number. But if we talk about public works in the cities, now you have told us that you are on the basis of administrative as opposed to delivery of service. Mm-hmm. Am I correct that in addition to this public works figure, there's another figure that belongs to the city? Or are you taking the total figure for the city?
I don't understand.
The example, all right. The example that Fred gave was cost $9 million to run public works, $7 million gets charged out, and what they added was the 2 that was left. Just the administrative function.
Is that what you've done in the city? Is just the administrative function?
Yes, both of them are comparable now, we think.
I don't think they are.
Mind that the public works is only $207,000 on the city side after charge-outs. I would imagine.
All right. How much is after charge-outs in the borough that you came up with $5 million? You see, that's impossible.
No, you came up with $5 million in the city, right?
5 in both.
5 in both.
A little over 5 million in both after charge-outs.
Now, have you pulled, say, building inspection from the borough? Now, that's operated under the public safety department. Has that been pulled into the borough figure?
Okay, there's building
Well, that's
inspection in the city and in the borough. It's in what department?
Or what's
Under safety, public safety.
I didn't think that was the purpose of...
Well, if you're not comparing the comparable things, we're darn sure of. I just...
Yeah, but it's interesting if you want.
Well,
you can't. You can't be.
Okay, then that's the question that we're putting to you.
You're not comparing the same things. I'm just darn sure of it. I don't care whether you're calling it apples or oranges, but it's not the same thing you're comparing.
Well, I think
you're going to have Norm Levesque sit down and Bob Nelson sit down with you at one table and not just talk to them singly, because you're not comparing the same things.
We did that.
Did you have them with you at one place together?
Let's go this way. Right now, he posed us some problems. One of it's obvious. We're not going to solve those problems right here, right now. No. But he has some more to present. A couple more. Yeah.
Wow,
Let's see where he goes with that. And from that point, maybe we'll have to do a little bit of meeting and talking. But let's get.
Go ahead.
I'm curious, in this process, I'm almost here. You can't get there here.
Well,
you can. There's a matter of how there's a point of no return in terms of chasing it all down, where you where the Brackenland could get it. So we're suggesting let's get at the major issues with the idea that they're not accounting accurate, but they're accurate for planning purposes. Okay. Let's deal with another issue. The city has made a profit, in quotes, from the operation of its utilities, phone being the biggest one, of $2.5 million, $2,528,000. This goes into the general fund. The tax rate impact of that $2,528,000 against an assessed valuation of $969 million is $2.62. The tax impact, if that profit becomes available area-wide, is $1.32 because of the larger assessed valuation. Bump that against $1,923,000. So the city then now is achieving $2.62 benefit. Would only receive $1.32 benefit, assuming that profit throw-off was area-wide, or a net loss to the city taxpayer of $1.30. The borough, however, would pick up $1.32 worth of revenue. So the city then is going, assuming you merge the control of the utilities into the common government and continue to operate them in such a way that they make the same approximate profit, the city taxpayer will lose $1.30 on his rate. The borough, outside of city, borough resident will make $1.32. Now,
Can in some way offset what we were just talking
I
about.
can understand that.
okay, now there's another issue which we don't have figures on, but let me describe it to you. The city subsidizes the operations of certain agencies funded by bonds to the extent of $3,286,000. Some of those...
What agencies are you talking about?
Sewer districts.
They would be especially the city's special
assessment district.
Your streets and I believe to some degree sewage is up there, like the streets, and then the other geo type.
Okay. Let me that type of thing. Okay. The city is subsidizing the operation of certain agencies or entities to the extent of $3,286,000.
to the extent that the charter says that the debt service, principal and interest, must remain where it is, there would be no effect. But if there are some of these activities being subsidized by the city and we merge them together, then the borough, out-of-city borough people are going to have to subsidize some things that are only being subsidized from the city's general fund now.
Run that last sentence by one more
Yeah.
time. If the debt service, principal and interest remains where it is, and then I lost you.
The debt service, principal and interest, remains where it is, then there is no effect on either the city or out-of-city borough residents. If, however, some of that subsidization is assumed by the borough, then they're going to have to subsidize these operations out of their general fund, which is an increased cost to the out-of-city borough people and a decreased cost to the city people.
And
Part
that's
of that
mainly on
$3
roads.
million then.
No, that was $3,286,000
But we have to
in
know what
total,
those are for.
but we need to
We can't just have a
read
figure like that.
We need to go down the entire list of bonds and find out which ones would remain within the city, at which, because the city has to keep subsidizing that if there's any, and if there's some that would be assumed by the new government, then how much would you assume by the out-of-city borough
The
residents?
sewer, water, and roads.
Those are the three.
Remain.
Yes. Now,
The others,
the others, the way it's currently written, we are assuming would be assumed by the new government. Therefore, whatever the subsidy of those activities is, here we can get that from Bob and Norm, that obligation is now going to be shared by the out-of-city borough people, and the in-city people are going to get some help.
But aren't the, what
thought
are
you
the
said-
profits that are generated by those?
Well, we just covered that. That was the 2,528.
Are you saying that these are a balance factor, that the utility loss that city people would in effect receive?
One's plus and one's minus. We don't know what the number is yet. And it's going to take a lot of sitting down. Now, these are the kinds of things, again, as talked about where we may go from here, but rather than have us try and dig them out and work them all out, which would cost you a ton of money, I'm not even sure we could do it if you gave us a blank check on an infinite amount. In the time that you have, it's best that we would sit down, work with you, work with these other two, and try and come up with some figures.
Let me ask you one question back to that very thorny first problem. It has some very interesting ramifications. Wouldn't we be better to talk of a comparable, really, end mill result? What in effect is the city residents and various residents of various service areas outside paying now, not just for administrative, but for receipt of services? I think what John Q's interested in is what his total mill rate is. Or are we looking, what purpose are we attempting to do? Let's assume that we've merged them, and is the result the thing we're looking for where potential savings may lie because of merger? Or aren't we really talking about what's the cost of delivery going to be to the consumer? So if we did that, we would have to look at both the administrative and the actual delivery of the service.
Okay, the problem we've dealt with here is to isolate the tax impact of the merger.
Okay.
And that is done by trying to isolate these items down to $2 and $3, which are really only a function of a small portion of your total tax of from $15 to $20.
Now, it sounds like, for instance, when we increase, say, 267 to 367, that's $1, or, you know,
Mary,
almost 50% increase. That 267 is only a part of a larger rate of $15 to $20. So when you increase the out-of-city borough residence tax by, say, $1.50, that's at most 10%. Really, maybe not be that much. Now, once you get that isolated, which is the only problem we've dealt with here, then it may be possible to attack the problem here that we've now only got one head of the finance department instead of two, only one head of data processing instead of two, only one head of whatever agency instead of two.
You have to make a couple of $1 million worth of savings, though, in those administrative heads in order to have a substantial impact on those.
You aren't going to make that much.
Substantially.
I don't think if I were to give you a penny's worth of advice, it would not be to try to put a dollar value on that. Now, what we could do is get the two organization charts together and point out, for example, how many positions there are at the head of the two agencies, that kind of thing. And I suppose they're worth $25,000 apiece.
More than that.
Some more, some less. So it
Or
really...
average.
More than that.
Probably average 30. 30, okay.
I think the average better than that on the head.
Now then, if you do that, you raise an extreme red flag, it seems to me, between, for example, Norm and Bob. Are we going to terminate one of those people, or is one of them going to work for the other? Obviously, in both questions, you get some strong reaction as you go down the line.
But you're really telling us that it costs a city resident $8 for administration of all these things, and it costs girls $2.
You know, somehow or other, I've got to express what I think the city people here will feel, and some of the outside also. I don't see how that could be. You're talking, we've got a split out of on our tax bills showing at 7.9 as the total burden outside of schools and the borough-wide administration to provide all our services to us. And if you're going to say that of that, better than a third of that is administrative,
I don't believe
And delivery of services is a very small figure.
Yeah,
that doesn't make sense.
I can't quite buy it. You know, and this is what I was somehow or other out of 7.9 mils, or as you put it, 790. It doesn't seem to me that we're paying in the city
$5 and something.
What's our rate? It's $19.90 roughly.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, what schools this year?
Huh?
What schools?
Eight something, eight, 9.
Yeah.
What is
Between
it?
8 and 9. 8,
Yeah.
6 something.
Let's say 9 for purposes.
There's 275 to the borough,
It's going to go down to 7 something.
and there was a 7/10 mil for something or other. I've forgotten what number.
Here's what Frank's trying to say. For instance, if we take this 554 you've given us, and we take 267, that gives us 8.21 mils. Let's assume 20 mils, and I realize it's a little under, 9 mils per school. That gives us 11 mils left. We've got 821 of that that's going to be for this administration. That gives us 2.79 mils for the actual delivering of the service as opposed to the administration.
Oh, you're off there from this standpoint. You said 821. It's 5 because you've already included the 279.
My dear, I included 554 and 267. Did I miss to add?
Here. No, but you had 267 in it as an executive.
He says that this 267 is based on an assessed valuation that includes the city.
Yeah.
No, so Frank, all I'm I'm left with is $2.79. I've included the $2.67. I'm left with $2.79 for the delivery of services, and that doesn't seem logical to me.
If we're delivering services at that rate,
My husband's always said we're paying for a lot of people.
That is, we in the city.
well,
I can see where the city's tax rate would be higher, and they would be paying more because they're paying two governments instead of one.
but if you take
And they've got
the
much more services to pay.
if you take the borough government out of the city tax rate, 19.2, and you take the 275 they're charging for the borough this year, 5 and it's $16 from 11 or $17 or something. 16.45, 16 and a half. Half of that goes to half of that 16 and a half remaining goes to schools. So you have 8 left. And if you have 5 meals, $5, you're right around 3.5 for delivery of service.
Doesn't make
What is
sense.
this 275 you're talking about, Frank, that goes to the borough?
Is
Is that on the tax?
That's area-wide
That's the
administrative.
area-wide administrative.
Now, is that like the
267.
267 that you...
Yeah, it's 267 last year, it's 275 I think this year.
And that's all that the borough people pay? Is that area-wide administrative? I mean, the people in the borough must pay more than just area-wide administrative. There must be some administrative costs that are more than just that. More than just
To that, they would be paying their service area.
administrative costs.
Well,
No.
Because
Because I know that there are chargebacks for the administrative costs to the service areas,
in
intergovernmental.
the chargeback routine, they would be absorbing some of the administrative costs in their service area
So,
levy.
I think that maybe your 554 figure for the city is reasonable, but your 267 figure for the borough really is not, it does not equate with the city's figure. I don't know.
Remember, the city's paying that too. The city's paying half the
But the
boroughs.
borough gets to absorb all these city assessments and stuff like that, don't they?
That's right. See, half
And
the
they've got a
borough's
much wider
budget
base
comes from the
too.
city. The city taxpayer's paying 2 taxes. The out-of-city borough resident pays 1.
And that's it.
He's paying 2 administrative taxes. Now, if you're 554, composed of a 267 outside and 3 inside,
That might make sense,
that would make some sense to me.
but it can't possibly be, it just doesn't make
I
sense.
can't imagine that 2/3 of our total cost for delivery of services inside the city is administrative.
Well, I think it is, especially when you include library, parks and recs, and museums.
But the library and the Parks and Rec should be separate.
Well,
It's
that
not
would make
administrative.
a difference. Well, we're asking you that, I guess. I guess we're,
It can't be.
well, now, if I was a city resident and you were considering a merger, I would say I want the borough in the library and the museum.
All right. But
Then you would take it out of that 554,
that's not administrative.
because that would not then be administrative. If you take it out of that 554, and I think that's what we're saying.
It's not
If you're including the 554 in the 554, the parks and recreation and the museum and so forth, that is a justifiable, if it serves this city area, it's not an administrative cost, it should be a service area cost. It should increase the amount of service area cost and decrease the administrative cost of providing that service to the service area.
Yes, but it's still going to have to be paid by the area-wide tax base.
Well, now the problem when you go outside in the borough area, and the service area 30 out there is paying its parks and recreation. You're not including that in the 267.
No, and he has to.
But you are including it in the city, which is what we're trying to say is this is a service area concept. The city, those services provided to the city is still willing to pay for. Now, if subsequently it is determined by the body that the actual division of those services is not proper, and that the city is in effect providing services to service area 30, the parks, the library service or whichever it is providing supporting services to them, and should be spread area-wide tax base-wise, should be merged. Service area 30 and the city service area should be merged as one service area and charged on a service area basis. Fine, but it's still a service area deal. The administrative cost should not include that service that is being provided to an area.
What I'm saying is then that the costs inside the city as it stands right now will be broken down into basically two areas. One, which would be a service area, which would be more, would probably be more than one. A service area similar to what we have now, service area 30 plus the city of Anchorage service area plus any other setting, the fire service area. On top of that, then we would have the general administrative, all of which would have different assessed valuation basis.
All right. I want to ask another question. Have you, in looking at the chargeback system that the city uses and the chargeback system that the borough uses, found that they're comparable? Because if they are not comparable, then you're not being left with the same sort of cost. Comparable cost.
I think we've got to figure concept-wise, and this is what we've got to put across to you for your figuring purposes. What is our concept? And as I understand our concept, and I'll stand corrected by any of the charter commissioners if they so desire, but as I understand our concept, the city will continue to serve itself technically as a service area and pay its costs as a service area. Just like you said, the lowest outside service area is $14.95, and you take $267 now off of that for general administrative expenses, and the rest of that they're paying for their own services in that area. It's the same thing in the city, and I think maybe I'm putting too much of a burden back on the city, but I think that the city is willing, and I feel this as a city taxpayer, the city is willing to continue to pay the expenses they have paid, subject to some later determination by the government that they're going to broaden the service or lessen the service in the city and increase it outside.
Would that apply to library and museum then?
Well, I can well see the idea that if a Eagle River person comes in and wants to use the library, they can use it. But
They already do, but they're paying also, and we don't have that here. They're already paying for libraries. They have non-ROI library service.
Yeah, they have a figure in addition to that, they're paying.
That's right. And if you've not put it in.
3.95 mil.
Borough-wide.
Yes.
No, not worldwide.
Outside of the city, non-area wide.
If a service is included in a service area, either just city service area or semi-area wide or area wide, if it's area wide, it's in the 267. If it's not, if it's a service provided non-area wide but almost, then it should be a service and not as an administrative cost. Now, I don't know whether that's very clear, but Where's my bite?
Not really, Frank.
All right.
Yeah.
Put it up.
In general terms, let's just go ahead and speak generalities. Service area 30's tax base and the area-wide tax base, I doubt would be very much different. We would be excluding probably Birdwood, and I believe the Chugach River area.
That's true.
I don't remember if we still signed on there.
We definitely are.
Okay, and then the amount of tax base there in comparison to the entire 1.9 billion, I doubt would be very large percentage-wise.
Well, it's about 50.
Not sure with just generalities at this time because as you can see, there's very
Let us.
All right, now if you're comparing the two library services, we have a problem because the chargeback systems I don't believe are comparable. So what you need to get in the library costs are the library costs without chargeback from the city, and you got to get in what we put in without chargeback from the borough into the library. Because by the time you add into these chargebacks is where we have gotten into trouble and have been unable to be very happy with the city on sharing library services. So really what you need to be comparing is what we're actually paying for library services, direct minus chargebacks from both directions.
Mary, I'd like to, again, I think there are some more input. We tend to get back into detail where we really should. There's more input on utilities, I assume.
Well, one of the
Can I interrupt for just a second? I had asked Pat Cornell to come to interview if anybody wants to talk to me about taking over a reflection. So I just thought it's going to show up, I'm sure, in a couple of minutes. And we can put him off. I'm just saying it's coming.
I'm wondering, Frank, I'm going to have to leave rather shortly, whether we're ready for another session here or what you foresee.
Well, it seems to me we've posed a lot of questions, and some of them are quite disturbing to me, but by the same token, we've got to resolve them. The only thing I have told Pat and Dick and Bob last night that I felt we had to get them out in the open and find out what the answers were, whether they're good answers or bad answers, despite my desire to have unification, my feeling that, innate feeling that it's going to be right, good for the area. Still, I think we need these things, and I think we need to give Dick and Bob some direction as to whether we want to continue further than we have continued gone so far, whether what we would like to do. That's what.
Did you gentlemen say that you had checked these figures with Norm Levesque and Bob Nelson together in
One room at the same time.
Generally, yes.
In one room at the same time.
In one room at the same time. One was sitting here and the other was sitting.
Were they smiling and?
Yeah.
And they both knew that this
We have this sheet of paper in front
we're
of us.
just going through shock. I think.
Yeah.
It absolutely floored me that I'm
Yeah.
paying all this money as a city resident. I'm aghast.
I think of the average taxpayer quickly. What I don't think has been addressed here is that we don't have the unified creature yet. We have the city as he goes out of the city into a unified government, and we have the borough as he gains things from the city. But what you said is that the city is losing. You're not showing how the city man is gaining from what he's given. It seems to me like there's a third figure here that hasn't been addressed yet, because the base for the unified government is bigger and the benefits from the city are included. Maybe I'm all wet, but it seems to me like there's a third something that hasn't been.
Yeah, what you've got is true. It's a hell of a problem to sell this to the guy outside because we're talking.
Pay more.
He's going to pay a hell of a lot more money.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
I would like to, along the lines that Eddie said, you know, when you talked about the city losing $1.32 a head profit on the utilities, they don't have to run them anymore either. I mean, they don't have to.
No, that isn't.
But they would still keep their bond for the thing.
The running cost has been put into the utility all along.
That's been there. So
I'd like to see them do some more.
I would too.
I'd like to see
Right.
it, whatever you think your role should be from this point on, I'd like to see you.
Okay, let us suggest to you in this matter, and then could you run to the, call the hotel and tell them I'm meaning to leave, I'm just not there yet? Tell them we're good guys, please. Okay, we have...
Tomorrow you're leaving.
Last or on your right?
Oh, you're going to leave town.
Well, for the moment, I've got a college problem down in California I've got to deal with. For the moment, what we would do is verify, for instance, some of the questions on costs that come up. Not that we'll necessarily come up with the right answer, but deal with some of the questions that you raise on comparability of the chargeback system. One, we will eliminate, unless you change my mind now or tell me otherwise, the library, the Parks and Recs, Museum, and Merrill Field from the consolidation.
Well, I'd like to see a figure for those and figures for the borough.
But they should be separate figures and not consolidated in this figure.
Yeah.
This is the wrong place for it.
He said that.
Okay, separate figure. And then we will go back with Bob and Norm and refer, and we have all these figures referred back by page and item so you can trace through and find out exactly where we got everything. And that includes a couple more days of Bob's time. And that will be a cost of up to but not exceeding $4,000 for all of the services to date. Now we're suggesting, you say not over $4,000. We're suggesting that we can solve the next problem, whatever you'd like to see solved, for.
I didn't know it felt any.
And that,
See one solved yet.
I think you've got the question pretty well defined, and based on these assumptions, you've got some numbers that are fairly startling to you. We would deal with these other problems, such as comparable wage scales, retirement plans, the city property values, the figure in terms of subsidization of bond finance, but city-operated activities and the impact thereon. And we could take those problems to the same definitive level as this for a cost not to exceed $3,000-$4,000. Jay?
I have a few comments on that. As far as the wage scales and the retirement plan is concerned, I don't know that those are as crucial factors as the bonded indebtedness of the community in general related to utilities and GO bonds. The tax that I could see approaching is one of, the way we've addressed it lightly in the charter is, we're going to merge it, nobody loses their job, and they'll have to work that kind of stuff out if the new government would come about. Okay. So I would put those two down at the bottom of the list.
The wage scale thing?
That's just the wage scale and the retirement plans. The things that are going to be most crucial in my mind are the bonds, the utilities, and the general debt related to those two things. We know that the two personnel departments are not functioning in the same manner, but I would assume that the cost of putting those two together is comparable to the cost of joining the finances in the budget section.
The only difference is that there are votes attached to that issue, and there aren't, I mean, there are people who are going to be affected by that, and not so many by putting data system together.
Yeah, I don't think your indebtedness problem is the problem. I think the problem is operating costs of the two governments.
Okay, am I correct in this $4,000 figure that we will have specifics on the utility, its savings, its for each utility, the amount of revenue and or GO bonds outstanding, its contribution to
Covering a whole myriad of
things.
areas.
Okay,
First of all, the profit throw-off, which is already done, and we're pretty sure of that one right now. What we can do is take a look at the comparability of chargeback between the two governments and the determination of these two figures with these four items out of it. And you've asked for a separate figure there.
I think we have another separate one that you still haven't got separate, and that's the public works. Because the public works in the borough is in relation to service area 35 and area wide. And you haven't taken into consideration what service area 35 is, which is a much smaller tax base than the area wide tax base. Service area 35 is the roads and drainage function outside of the city, and it is a much smaller tax base than it is.
Yeah. I don't know whether it is or not in our figures.
All right, now you assumed in your figure that it was an area-wide thing, and it is not.
No. We think that we have the figure in here that is the figure after the chargeback. Yes. We think.
Well, basically, Lisa just mentioned to me, and it's right. These are details that Norm and Bob are going to have to work with you on and be able to solve. And in detail, if you get, as soon as you get into detail, we're lost here because we can argue all day about detail.
Could he recap for us what we will have though for 4,000? Would that be possible to ask them instead of us trying to tell them?
That's better if we tell them because we get.
Well, I thought I told him, but he said I would bring in. Could you recap what?
Okay, you will have the figures for the combined services after the chargeback for these two lists of functions. We will develop a separate figure for library, parks, museums, Merrill Field. We will check out and verify our figure on public works to make sure, for example, that we've got the right figure there. You will have the slightly reduced area-wide tax rate then, so that we can show the effect based on those assumptions of the merger on the tax rate for out-of-city borough people and city people.
Okay, so in other words, we're assuming that since we're going to have a service area concept, that the delivery of services will remain the same. So the one thing that's going to be impacted, the administration, you'll be able to pull out and identify that.
Right, and
Okay.
we'll determine the impact of city taxpayers and out-of-city borough taxpayers by spreading the existing cost over differing or a combined tax base.
Okay, but that is only administrative. Now, what about our bonds? What are you giving us on those? What detail?
We will determine the subsidy that the city is contributing toward the non-sewer street and water bonds, and the impact then that the
street and water.
The impact on the non-city borough resident and the city resident. The city resident will gain, the borough, non-city borough resident will lose that amount.
Are we going to be able to know from these figures that you give us that Joe living in Spenard with the unification under this present charter is going to pay
Have a mill levy of X number of mills.
and so-and-so the city's going to
Yes, for
approximately
these
with it?
factors, approximately.
But if it is spread in relation to the subsidy on streets, it would only be spread to the service area 30 in addition to the city. It would not be spread area-wide, is what I've been trying to tell you.
I think, again, we're getting back to details, and I think that these details will have to be worked out. Basically, I think the Charter Commission would like to know, if I live in the service area, it's at 30, what's my mill rate going to be? If I live in the city, what's my mill rate going to be after the merger?
Yeah.
If I live in Chugach Eagle River, am I going to pay 14.95 or 13.95 or 15.95? More or less. But obviously, that's not going to be a firm figure.
You're going to have to take then a fire and some of these things that he has not listed in order to get that information, and that is
Well,
additional to some of the
We've
things.
got all, yeah,
See,
all we're talking about here is the impact. We've got that
the
other
differential.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Lisa.
You late for the last charter commission? Hey, they're going to be late
Oh,
for
that's all
a
right.
plan.
Oh.
Yeah.
For the last charter commission, who did the work for them and where's the work that was done for
They
them?
didn't have.
Dick Fisher told me that the work was never accomplished and was never presented in proper form, and he was
Someone
let
came
down
out at the
totally.
last minute
Yeah.
with some very damaging facts right before the election.
Okay,
It said that-
How about
Jane?
utility?
No, I'm still not comfortable with the functions that you have listed that we're going to be looking at, and I'm still not convinced that we aren't comparing apples to oranges. And I don't know how to resolve that other than you missing your plane.
Well, no, here's the list, or Bob can go over this with you later today or tomorrow. We're listing the mayor, council, city manager, city clerk, city attorney, administrative.
Stop right there. Take the top echelons of just the administrative functions.
Mayor.
Mayor, clerk's office,
Yep.
assembly, mayor, manager's office, city
Yep.
council.
Yep.
Those two, right? I mean, those 3 or 4 things, and just stop right there and compare those 2 things. Then when you get into talking about the difference between the building maintenance kinds of things, and we could make a different list, but they aren't the same as the functions that are described by those just administrative things.
No, they aren't. They're different. They're not the same thing. And then the building safety, you see we have the building safety.
All right, it's detail, but Frank, for them to be able to pursue
They can't pursue it
base
because
that we
the
operate
mayor
from, the base that we operate from has to, in my opinion, be closer than what you've done so far, because I don't think that they're the same thing.
Yeah.
But I would compare just those things that are obvious. There's one of those and there's one of these.
You're trying to put too big a package
Okay,
together.
that's fine. I'd be happy to do that. If that was.
When you talk about the mayor, for example, I guess I don't know. What we're suggesting is that you're going to have to maintain, at least initially after the merger, the same services on both sides. But then you're going to start putting them together and take some period
We're going
of
to get rid
time.
of them immediately, though.
Immediately, you won't have 2 city councils. You won't have 2
Well,
mayors.
okay, that's a relatively small part of this. See, that's one of the other questions we brought to you. What are the potential savings in terms of the cut in operations? Now that was, we understand, attempted before and ran into a total hornet's nest.
I don't know who attempted it, and I don't know what they ran into, but
Well, it's our understanding the guy went on television and made some claims based on a bunch of assumptions that either he or a group like this made, and then that ran into a total firestorm. Now, mayor is a pretty obvious one. You're not going to have two mayors of.
But you will have details on utilities in this?
Now, here, when you say details on utilities, I mean, that's a major question. That's a project in itself.
Well, I was thinking of assets and
Well,
liabilities
let's
and
talk about that.
revenue bonds and contributions to the...
No, let's talk about that a minute. Right now, there's a utility. Let's take the phone utility as the biggest one. There's about $80 million of assets in a telephone company. There's about $60 million of debt, for example, toward the telephone company. The only figure that approximates net worth or ownership of the phone company is something called retained earnings, of which there's about $10 million, and the same general percentages apply throughout all the utilities. This is represented by assets, which are mostly in equipment, and they cross city and borough lines. You got switching boxes and lines and so on and so forth. So, if we merge and assume the new government takes over the phone company, there is no effect on the people in or out, we'll say, except for this cash throw-off, which we have accounted for. Now, the hooker, however,
Your
comes.
contribution to the general fund, right?
Yes, we've accounted for that. Now, the catchword, however, is that people in the city are saying we could sell that because it's a viable investment possibility in the investment community. It was us who put it together, took the risk, issued the bonds, and so forth. You could get an organization, not ours, because we don't have the skills, although we could get it for you, but here again is a big, expensive proposition, to put an estimated assessed valuation on the probable results of the sale of utilities.
Appraisal.
But, appraisal, in effect. Now, would you sell
Same
bonds,
situation as the value of the city
stocks? It's like buying AT&T. It's just a phone company. So are the other services. So, I think you have a policy decision as a commission whether or not you are going to just recommend that that be merged. But recognize there will be people in the city who say that's a giveaway.
So that's all on the utilities, and that basically then what this was about?
I would just, that's it. You've got it. Anything else is just generally...
Well, $4,000 seems like a lot of dollars. Is it?
A lot of money, but...
Has that got a lot of transportation costs in it? Dick?
What's that?
Or $4,000?
I don't think so. Less than $500.
You know, I have a problem with that, and that's just that because you have to come in and learn the system between the borough and the city. We're paying for your education, and why couldn't staff who are here in town be doing that?
They've been the auditors for both the city and the borough. That's the reason we called them in.
That means you should know it pretty well.
We would have had a much more difficult time if we were not the auditors for both. And this is why we're recommending to you that Frank, I'm suggesting, would go to Bob and Norm and say, can you help these Pete Marwick guys? And that means they're going to have to commit some time. Because if we would, without their help, even though we're the auditors, there's a lot of figures in here that could only be obtained because we're the auditors, those subsidization figures and so forth, that if we dig them out for you, we'd have to charge you $50,000, and we still have half the understanding that those people have
Are you
got.
talking about getting additional information, or what you're talking about right now?
Well,
Are you going to be analyzing the information? Because I don't think we're going to have any problem getting on with that and the city to sit down and give us all the information that we want. It's just a matter of somebody with who can do it a lot faster and probably a lot better, for sure, than we can, telling us what all that stuff means.
yes,
And
but
There's an
Well,
additional factor with some of them.
you're going to have someone, I think, representing you, your staff, ourselves, or something, sit down with them and put it into these
I agree.
forms and bring it back 2 or 3 or 4 more times.
Oh.
Okay. Is that the function that you will serve?
Yes, and we're suggesting we serve that function to you.
Frankly, I've had some dealings now with various firms, other than people, on reviews of procedures and so forth. And this is price-wise reasonable.
Okay, I don't have any problems with that. I'm just saying, information exists, and we need help in interpreting it. And can we get the kinds of questions that we need answers to through your analysis?
I hope so. That's why we're meeting with you, to make sure we understand your questions, to show you what we've got so far, and then Bob and myself, to some extent, will continue to answer these questions for you.
I'm certainly not qualified to do it myself. I doubt if any commission member is, nor wants to, nor has the time.
No, the alternative would be locking up the two finance people with us and listening to the two different versions.
I think you still have to have an interpreter in the.
I would agree.
You're going to make that happen.
You're going to make that airplane? What time is it?
Time, right now.
2:15.
He's close. 3 o'clock, and I haven't checked out the hotel yet. Oh,
Okay.
You're going to
I'll
miss
call
it.
the airline and I'll
What?
tell them that
You're
you're
gonna miss it.
Ma'am? No, what airline is it? Western?
Tell the whole.
Western is fairly on time.
Oh, you'll make it. Are you packed?
Nope.
Run.
Is someone taking you to the airport? Yeah. Well, you'll make it.
You too, if you're going together, go. Goodbye.
Get going.
We'll talk to you.
We'll talk to you a little bit, and we'll get back with you.
I think we better do it, because
Yeah.
you're obviously
Right.
dire.
Oh, we can call her. We can call. Which flight is it?
You can't do that.
Oh,
Right, boy.
sure they do. They won't play
Western's on-time record. Listen, Dennis has just collected $430 from them because they didn't hold a plane and said they would. It won't work. They held 26 people, and they were holding a plane in Seattle to come to Anchorage, and they told them, "Oh, sure, you can make it." And they didn't get out till the next day in the same hour. He's waiting.
Oh, is it?
Wait.
And Dennis collected $400 and some from them.
Well, Frank, how do you think at this point?
Well, I think we should go ahead, and I think it's too late to start running around looking for somebody else.
I wasn't
looking for anybody.
I'm not looking for anybody else.
No, I'm just, all right. But I think we've got to go ahead.
I agree. I think that one of the things that defeated the last one is that they had not addressed these questions.
I think we've got to
And I
address
think
it,
that
right or
we have
wrong,
to
good or
do-
bad.
Right, but I think we have to do some thinking among ourselves about exactly what we want to do, because if he has to go in and look at the world, it's going to take 2 months for him to get answers to our questions.
Well, August 12 looks like right to me.
And I think their expertise is fabulous, but we have to know how to use it.
Am I right in assuming what we would like to know, as a charter commission is what is the mill levy going to be approximately? What change, if any, up or down?
People
in
can
each
expect.
district?
Yeah, that's what I thought we should.
That's really what we're after, isn't it?
All right, but you see, the problem is, Frank, that they can't come up with that accurately until they do a more accurate job of segregating these functions.
Yeah, but I think that's been pointed out today.
This is what I tried to point out last night, yesterday afternoon, and they changed quite a few things. First, they were using the whole 7.9. And that's not right.
Well, see, now this is the part that irritates me, because we're educating them to the use and breakdown of our system, and it seems to me they must have some guys in town, if they're the auditors, who understand.
But they've not got the boy that's the top one that is in town.
Out of town,
and he's the one that knows most about it.
One thing, Frank, that in
That's
any
the one I thought we were hiring.
possible dealing with them, I think they have to make very clear, and it has to be stated for us, the assumptions under which they are operating. You know, we need to know the assumptions that go into
sit down as a
For sure.
Our document is still in somewhat of an embryonic stage as
It
far
really
as all of
is,
this
as
is
to-
concerned,
we
and our
don't-
knowledge of what we intend to happen to the museum, for
You know,
instance.
we haven't really spelled out.
like, there's all these new properties and investments that the city has that keep popping up that I have no idea belongs to the city. I thought they belong to somebody else, you know, private industry.
What are you talking about, Lisa?
Like Southfield. Their contract with Enbridge Natural Gas, whatever, you know. I didn't know they were part of the city.
Well,
there we are.
We are lacking
Spend on our
information.
wheels educating you.
Well, there is a danger in our being too educated, and I think we're all a little bit nervously aware of that.
Yeah, but the other danger though is that there's somebody else out there who knows what
Somebody
they
else
need
came up with these figures that we were presenting to today without any qualification on them. They'd blow us out of the
Does
water.
anybody have a feeling that we better seriously, regardless of what we do the next 2 days, look toward an October charter and do this damn thing right?
Right on.
I really wonder.
We can't have all this on the 7th of July.
We
I
can't
don't
do
care
it.
whether all 11.
I'd like to go with what you have. I don't know, how do you feel, Jim?
But
I don't think it can be done. I mean, I don't think we can have all this, but I don't even want to have this discussion without the other side present because bitch and moaning yell because we had it without them. I personally feel that I don't want to put a charter out on July 7th when I don't know what the ramifications
You want to know. I guess that's what I'm getting to feel increasingly. I know there were things in the first draft of the charter that I don't understand. And it was in this area of assets and liabilities, and I know that most of the rest of you don't understand it either.
I don't even know what date we want.
And I don't know. Well, it's something to talk about.
The more I understand about it, the more I feel that it's going to have to be a matter of faith on the public, because I'm darn sure if it's going to take me a month to sort out these assets and liabilities and all of it, that what I'm going to end up by being able to say to the public is that I think that the new government will do its best to give equity to everybody, and it's a matter of faith. It's not a matter of our knowing the dollars and cents, because you can't tell me with what they told us today that they're going to be able to give us the dollars and cents of what our mill levy is going to be next year.
I'll tell you what.
And if we come out with an estimated mill levy for next year, and it is not that mill levy when it comes to being, which he cannot make it be, but we're going to have told folks something, and they're saying, you lied to us.
Well, Mary, are you saying we didn't know?
I am saying we're just as well off not to know. I'm saying so truthfully.
Okay.
That we're going to have to say in our charter, in some method, that we anticipate this new government trying to get reasonable equity for every citizen, that it is not the intent of this charter.
Stand up in front of the Chamber of Commerce and read from our document and say, this is what we say about utilities, and somebody stands back to me and says, what does that mean to this, and this? And I'll sit there and go, it means you ought to have faith in government?
No, that's not what you're going to have to end
I
up
do
saying.
think there are things that we can help us be more definitive. We've had some discussions, for instance, on the museum and on the port of, yeah, we can throw those in area-wide or so on. And I think if we get specifics on this, we'll be able better to handle it and to clarify if the city of Anchorage is a service area, so be it. And maybe not to spread all of those assets and liabilities, although I guess we have to, don't we?
That's, as I understand the law, we have to.
No, we don't have to. Just certain areas. Certain